The Lifeless Listing. A Paranormal Cozy Mystery. Whisknaes. By B. I. Skinner. Xiaozhou. Chapter 1. Yo, Jake! It's really coming down out there. Don't forget your rain boots, Buster, our enormous black and white Great Dane, called out. Yes, you read that right. The dog talks, thanks to a bizarre misfire from an evil witch last year. Mind you, Buster swore he'd been talking to us since we picked him out at the rescue several years ago, and I suppose he had, but only now could we humans actually hear him. I thought the forecast called for dry and sunny the rest of the week, I murmured, next to Buster, while staring out the living room picture window and adjusting my glasses, mostly out of nervous habit. Only 10 minutes ago, it had been a light patter of rain, but in a blink, the skies opened in earnest, releasing a torrential downpour. Buster and I jumped when an unexpected lightning bolt sliced through the sky in a jagged flash. It illuminated the living room in a stark, fleeting moment of brilliance, followed by the deep, resonant growl of thunder echoing across the landscape. It did. I heard it last night on the TV, Buster said. Buster is right, I shouted upstairs to my 11-year-old son Jake. Bring your boots. Aw, Mom, do I have to? They're lame? Your grandma got those for you, and I don't care how lame they are. I don't have time to bring dry shoes to school after you jump in a mud puddle at recess. If my shoes get muddy, I'll magic them clean. Or did you forget I'm a wizard? He may be a wizard, but he shouldn't use that sarcastic tone with his mother. I could lecture him about it, but instead, I said nothing, letting the silence hang heavy in the air. Fine, I'll bring the boots, he responded, knowing he'd lost the argument, while I stared out the window again, scowling at the ferocious storm. What's up, Molly? You look concerned, Buster pointed out. I have an uneasy feeling about this weather, I admitted. Of course you do. Storms are scary. Every time it thunders, I want to hide under the couch. If only I could fit. I bit my lip, trying not to laugh at the thought of our 150-pound canine wedging himself under the couch. It's not just the storm, I insisted, my voice low so Jake couldn't hear me. A lingering unease had knotted my stomach since the unusual weather patterns began recently. There's something more to it. It's unsettling. I can't define it, but this storm comes with an energy that's not just meteorological. There's something almost sinister to it, I offered, but before I could finish my thought, Jake interrupted. Are you listing the haunted house today? He asked, bounding down the stairs 2 at a time, backpack in one hand, boots in the other, the sandy blonde hair he got from his father in wild disarray as usual. I couldn't believe how much he had grown since we moved to Melioras Village a year ago. He checked every day to see if he was taller than me. Not yet, but he was getting there, and I wasn't exactly petite. I told you it isn't haunted, I reminded him, while he loaded his backpack with his lunch and school books. Sure it is. Everyone says so. Not everyone has a mother who's psychic, I reminded him. I've checked the property thoroughly and had a spirit inspection to be on the safe side. It's 100% spirit-free. Such were your thoughts regarding this abode? Oliver, our 300-year-old poltergeist, reminded me. Oliver, born in the 1720s, or at least that was what he remembered, embodied the tradition of colonial America. He wore the fashion of a well-to-do gentleman of his era, a powdered wig with white curls cascading down to his shoulders, a wool coat dyed a deep blue, and a crisp white cravat tied neatly at his throat. When he spoke, it fluctuated between a formal colonial dialect and a more modern language pattern, no doubt adapted over the centuries by the various people he met. To be fair, when we were looking to buy this house, you were out on Route 93 chasing cars and terrorizing motorists. Oliver is a pill, and initially I planned to ask a medium to eliminate him, but last year, the same witch who jinxed Buster petrified Oliver, who then helped me solve a murder, so I let him stay. Although I admit, I still occasionally threatened to call the medium when he acted up. How long has it been since you discovered Uncle Barney's body in the attic at your listing? Jake asked. Just over a year, isn't that wild? Maybe you'll find one again soon. Bite your tongue, young man, I scolded. Last year, I got my real estate license only to have it suspended on the same day when I found my sister's ex-fiance's body in an attic during a showing, and my sister was arrested for the murder. Since then, my real estate license was reinstated, and I even won the new Agent of the Year award at Spooky Shanty Realty. To my great delight, this infuriated my arch nemesis, Myers, who had it in for me from day one. Have you got everything you need for today? I asked Jake. Remember, there's no coming back to get something you left at home. Now, Mom, when was the last time I did that? He asked. Last month, I reminded him. Hey, I'm getting better, aren't I? Don't forget, your dad will pick you up from school to get you fitted for your tuxedos. Do I have to wear one? He whined. Yes, it's what people wear to weddings, I insisted. Why can't I wear what I have on now? Because you'd look silly next to everyone dressed for the occasion. The divorce from Jake's dad, Zach, was amicable. Well, mostly amicable. He lived in the next village over, and we shared custody. But he was also marrying his 25-year-old secretary, Kimberly. It took me the longest time to remember her name. Who happened to be pregnant. To say I was less than thrilled with the situation would be a wild understatement, but she had been nothing but kind and welcoming to Jake, so in the end, that was the important part. As long as she was good to my kid, I'd put on a brave face and be cordial with her. Jake was excited at the thought of having a half-sibling. He was less than excited at the thought of dressing up for a wedding where he was his dad's best man. Hop to it, let's go, I told him. With this storm, we'll be late if we don't leave now. As I backed the SUV down the driveway and maneuvered onto the street, I murmured a quick word of gratitude for our garage. We'd surely be soaked just stepping out the front door the way the rain was coming down. I gripped the steering wheel tightly as the storm hammered us, and the windshield was a blur of streaming water, despite the wipers working furiously to clear the view. The gray morning light barely penetrated the storm, casting a gloomy pall over our trip to school. The streets were slick with a reflective sheen of water mirroring the erratic dance of headlights in oncoming traffic. Now and then, a particularly fierce gust of wind jostled our vehicle, forcing me to tighten my hold on the steering wheel even more while muttering reassurances to Jake, because sometimes I forgot he was no longer 5 years old. But when I glanced over at him, I discovered he was wearing his headphones and mouthing the words to who knows what song anyway, as if he didn't have a care in the world. I was a nervous wreck, and he didn't even notice. I turned up the volume when the weather reporter's voice came over the radio. Good morning, Melioras villagers. Tom, here again with MVXY Radio, bringing you the latest updates on bizarre weather patterns gripping our village. We're witnessing an unprecedented mix of sudden hailstorms amid sunny skies, overnight snowstorms, and reports of localized whirlwinds cropping up in open fields. Please stay tuned as we continue to monitor this baffling meteorological phenomenon. I'm telling you, it's not a meteorological phenomenon, I explained to the radio. There's more to it. As we neared the school, the outlines of other cars and figures of students dashing through the rain became visible. Students leaped from vehicles and scrambled to the building while trying to keep their umbrellas from blowing away. When we arrived at the drop-off zone, I gave Jake our customary departure. Have a good day, make good choices. But I was stunned when he leaned over and hugged me quickly. For a second, I got excited he was finally willing to show his mom some affection, which he hadn't allowed in public for at least a year. But then I realized he only did it because no one could see him through the storm. Ah, well, I'll take it where I can get it. See you later, Mom. Good luck with the listing. Thanks, but I won't need luck with this one. Just a good buyer? Sure, Mom, whatever you say. He struggled to open the car door against the wind, and when he finally did, a gust of frigid air and rain blew in. The cacophony of howling winds and other storm sounds starkly contrasted with the weather reporter's dulcet tones. But once he shut the door, it was quiet and dry again. As I pulled back onto the street, I was annoyed that everyone got so nervous when I had a new home to sell. It's been over a year without further incident, yet that's all anyone seemed to remember. I swear, you find one dead body at a listing, and you were marked forever. While I made my way to the office, I drove even more cautiously than usual. The windshield wipers continued to work overtime, but still, I could barely see where I was going. When I paused at a stop sign, I was overcome with an inexplicable chill, even though the doors and windows were firmly closed with the heater running full blast. I tried to dismiss it as nerves, but when I stepped on the gas, a person appeared in front of me from out of nowhere. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. Spaghetti and meatballs, I just hit someone. Chapter 2. Panic surged through my veins. I ran over someone. My hands trembled against the steering wheel while a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. My breathing got shallower and increasingly rapid as I tried to figure out what to do next. I had to call 911. Yes, that was it. What if they were injured or... My heart plummeted into my stomach. Dead. I had to check. I squinted through the windshield. Did I really hit them? Him? Her? I didn't know. Where did they go? Were they under the car? I didn't hear any crunching noises. But the storm was so loud I could have run into a brick wall and not heard it. I strained my eyes through the storm, hoping I had imagined this. No! There it was. That wasn't a person. It was a spirit, I think. It was still so hard to see clearly. Whoever it was, whatever it was still upright. So maybe it wasn't severely injured? What was happening? As the otherworldly form shimmered and pulsed despite the storm, when it suspended itself mere inches above the SUV's hood, I realized undeniably that it was a spirit. Its body was dark and somewhat translucent. It was like the only light within it came from the atmosphere. Swirling mists and dark currents surrounded it like it was a storm itself. The spirit's face, if you could call it that, though vaguely human in outline, was a mask of torment and rage. Its eyes burned with a fierce, unnatural light as its thoughts pierced through the storm directly into me with a boundless well of anger and pain, a reflection of its tormented existence. Wisps of what might have once been clothing trailed from its form, whipping wildly against the wind. When I decided it was a he, reached toward the windshield with tendril-like limbs, I shrank back in my seat as if he could penetrate the glass. Could he? He's both less and more than human, caught between worlds. The radio fell silent, and I heard its voice. "You bear the mark," the spirit hissed, his voice a chilling blend of echoes and whispers. "The one who seeks to undo the curse, to disturb the rest of the condemned." "Wait, what?" I cried out after he disappeared in a swirl of dark mist. What did he say again? I grabbed my phone to type out what I could remember. What just happened here? Where did he go? Did I imagine the whole thing? A car horn blasted behind me, startling me out of my trance. The rain stopped. Completely. Not even a slight drizzle. It was gone. The impatient driver behind me honked again. "Sorry about that," I muttered. Yet I still got out of my car, looking for any sign of a spirit. But there was nothing. "Move your car, lady!" the man shouted out the window. "Did you see a spirit floating nearby?" I asked. "Did I see a what? Are you crazy?" He squawked angrily before steering his car around me. Must have been a non-magical. Although Melioras Village was made up primarily of magical beings, there were many non-magicals among us. And while most magicals didn't bother hiding their gifts, I wouldn't admit to just anyone that I was a mixture of psychic and clairvoyant, because even among magicals that was rare. It often made others uncomfortable when they assumed I was reading them, which I swore I wasn't. Believe me, you didn't want to know what most people were thinking. It was an imperfect gift, so while I could often tell when someone was lying, I didn't always know what they were lying about. I also had visions, sometimes from the past, and sometimes showing me bits and pieces of the future. And no, I have never experienced visions of winning lottery numbers. More and more cars lined up behind me, their drivers getting agitated, while I was convinced the spirit targeted the wrong person. I didn't know what he was talking about. You bear the mark. Obviously a case of mistaken identity. Not only had the rain stopped, but as soon as I arrived at my office, the clouds parted, and the sun shone bright. This wasn't normal. It wasn't normal at all. Spooky Shanty Realty was an aged, haunted mansion converted into a real estate office. It was a testament to bygone opulence, with its weathered turrets and ornate gingerbread trim that reached skyward like gnarled fingers, hinting at long-buried secrets lurking behind the curtained windows. Several ghosts lived here, while one in particular named Reginald enjoyed serving as a greeter for all who entered. He told me he worked as a butler for the wealthy family that had lived there in the early 1900s. His translucent form was impeccably dressed in a century-old tailcoat, and when he wasn't greeting guests and staff, he fastidiously straightened paintings and tisked at the accumulated dust. "Good morning, Molly. Zoinks, you look like you've seen a ghost," he said, laughing at his own joke. "I did see a ghost." "Where?" he asked, looking around as if worried someone might intrude on his turf. "A couple blocks away. He jumped in front of my SUV, and at first, I thought I hit him." "What happened after that?" Reginald pressed. "He said something about me bearing a mark and told me I was trying to undo some kind of curse and disturbing the condemned. I'm sure this will sound weird, but does that ring a bell for you?" "I can't say that it does. Would you like me to check into it for you? I can ask around, see what the other spirits are gossiping about," he offered. "That would be great. I'm sure it's nothing. Mistaken identity or a prank, I bet. Oliver, our house poltergeist, likes to chase cars on the highway. I bet it was something like that," I added. "I'll let you know what I find out," he said, disappearing with a wink. "So I hear you're listing the Chinaberry Estate," Myers taunted as I walked to my cubicle. Myers was one of those old-school real estate agents who longed for the days when he printed out sheets of available homes for him and the buyer's husband to look at. He hated the idea that today's buyers searched for homes on the internet before texting their agent to schedule a showing. We all called him Myers because I don't think anyone actually knew his first name. "It's haunted, you know. I hope you don't find any bodies in the attic." See what I mean? I would never live that down. But it was none of his business, and I was too busy churning over what had happened. "Hey girl, Tina, my best friend, said, stopping abruptly. Oh, she declared, grabbing me by the hand and leading me to the break room, but not before giving Myers the stink eye, forcing him to turn on his heel and stomp in the opposite direction. Tina was the first friend I made here, and she has been an incredible mentor. I would never have won the award without her. Did I mention she was a pixie? She had long, silky hair cascading down her back, the color of a light pink rose. Her luminescent pink skin glowed like the first light of dawn kissed it, and her wings were shaped like a butterfly, but made of rainbows sprinkled with stardust. Long, dark lashes framed her ruby-colored eyes, and to this day, her existence was so captivating it was still hard not to stare at her. I knew that sounded quite dramatic, but such was the essence of a pixie. "Spill!" she demanded, once we were out of everyone's earshot. "I nearly ran over a spirit on the way here." "A spirit?" she exclaimed in shock. I'm pretty sure it was a spirit, given how he disappeared afterward. I guess it could have been a demon, but they don't have the ability to appear and disappear like that, right? I knew I was babbling, but it was so freaky. "You've seen plenty of spirits," Tina reminded me. "What has you so rattled over this one?" "He had this message for me, but it couldn't have been for me. Why would it be for me? You know what? Forget it. I'm sure it's all my imagination. This wacky weather has us all tied in knots." "Message? What kind of message?" Tina looked concerned. "When he hovered over my car, he said something about how I bore a mark, and that I was trying to undo some kind of curse and disturbing the condemned. I didn't exactly memorize it on the spot, but I think that's the gist of it." Tina nodded vigorously. "That is freaky. No wonder you're shook up. I would be too." "And now, if I don't hurry," I told her, when I realized the time, "I'll be late meeting the photographer and the stager at the house." "Do you want me to come with you?" Tina asked. "Nah, I should be okay. I just need to get my mind back on the work." "Come on," she pressed. "I've been dying to see this so-called haunted house anyway, and it will save me a trip later. Let's go." I knew better than to argue with Tina. and I secretly had to admit I'd feel better having her with me. As an added bonus, she could help me put the for sale sign in the yard, a task I often struggled with. Okay, I give in. Let's go. As we drove to the house, I turned to her. Zach is picking up Jake from school so they can get fitted for their tuxedos. Ugh, do you need me to bring wine over tonight? Maybe. Yeah, probably. Done, she declared. Wow, this is a gorgeous place, but I can see why people think it's haunted, Tina marveled as we parked in front of the house. I know, I reluctantly agreed. It's like it's straight out of a horror movie, isn't it? It's not that the Whispering Chinaberry Estate was in poor condition. Not even close. Built in the early 1700s, it had been meticulously maintained over the centuries, and it still stood majestically on the pristine, sprawling grounds. Its sturdy stone facade, quarried from the local bedrock they told me, had faded with time, and the gambrel roof, often seen on barns and colonial houses, allowed for a spacious attic which I've checked repeatedly for ghosts and bodies. An ornate wrought iron fence surrounded the property, and a sprawling driveway and garage were added later, of course. The cobblestone walkway that led directly to the double front door had been repaired and replaced over the years, while the house still maintained its historical charm, or, as everyone else said, its haunted look. Legend had it that it got its name from the wealthy owners who had imported Chinaberry trees from China. They surrounded the estate with them to keep unwelcome guests out. The rapidly growing trees with poisonous berries were eventually cut down, but the name remained. Tina helped me put my for sale sign in the yard. I couldn't tell you what it was about those signs and Melioras' heavy dirt, but I always struggled to plant it solidly enough that it didn't blow over with the first gust of wind. Once we placed it and took a picture for social media, I shivered with delight. Whenever I posted a for sale sign in someone's yard, I got a little thrill. And aside from the hiccup I had with my first listing, things have gone smoothly ever since. Tina assured me that finding a body in one listing never happened to anyone she knew, except me, of course. Therefore, the chances of it happening again were impossible. When we entered the house, Tina gasped with delight. The interior was classic for the early 1700s, including high ceilings with thick wooden beams stretching throughout each room. Much of it was updated, of course. The floors were made of wide planked oak, and the massive foyer was held together by a grand fireplace. Can't you just picture the elegant dinner parties they must have had here? Tina asked with a shiver of glee. While the photographer set up her tripod in the corner of the living room, Tina admired the intricate stonework of the fireplace. I'm sure you'll hear this 100 times, but they don't make 'em like they used to, do they? They don't. My house is nowhere near this detailed. Of course I can't afford anything like this. Hey, Molly, the stager said. Take a look at this brick. What is it? It's discolored. Do you remember if it was like this before? Sorry, I don't. What if water leaked in from all the recent storms? She suggested. Oh, great. That's all I need. Is it damp? I asked, reaching for the brick to see if it was wet or just happened to be an unusual color. But the moment my fingers grazed the rough stone, a stunning chill coursed through me, and I abruptly jerked my hand back. What is it? Is something wrong? Is it damp? The stager asked. No. I started. I reached out again, hoping it was my imagination, but it was real. The brick pulsed with dark, unseen energy, and when I closed my eyes, flashes of faces and snippets of hushed conversations appeared. The faces showed a man and a woman arguing, I thought. It was only a brief and hazy picture. Then, the weight of hundreds of years of sorrow and secrets overwhelmed me, nearly bringing me to my knees. I had a sudden, unmistakable urge to press my hand firmly against the brick. To my great shock, it slid easily. After that, a mechanism within the fireplace clicked ever so softly, while a door, previously unnoticed and seamlessly blended into the wall, creaked open. I barely had time to register my surprise before a blood-curdling scream ripped from the photographer and a skeleton fell on me. Chapter 3. The photographer's high-pitched shrieking pierced my eardrums while I lay on the floor, stunned and pinned down by a skeleton. Through the cloud of dust and my own shock, I watched her back away, her camera forgotten on the tripod, and her face as pale as plaster dust. She shook her head and shouted, "No, no, no, this isn't happening!" right before she bolted for the door. When she reached the threshold, she turned back for just a moment, her eyes wild, yelling, "They told me this place was haunted! They told me you were bad luck!" She pointed at me. "Why didn't I listen?" She screamed again before slamming the door behind her. Shaking like a leaf, my breaths coming in short gasps, I struggled to extricate myself from the skeleton that, for a moment, I was convinced had grabbed hold of me, refusing to let go. "It's got me! It's got me!" I cried, right before realizing it was only my scarf caught on the skeleton's jaw. "Molly, are you okay?" Tina howled, dropping to her knees to help, her eyes wide as she surveyed the macabre scene. "How on earth did this get in the wall?" "Someone hid her body here after she was murdered," I explained. "Murdered? How do you know?" "She spoke to me." "Okay, not really spoke to me, but you know. Assuming my reading is correct, she was killed in the early 1700s. When this house was being built," Tina pointed out. "You're sure it was murder?" "Yes," I nodded. "How?" "I felt it," I explained. "We need to call Sheriff Blake," Tina said, as soon as she untangled me and helped me to my feet, carefully placing the skeleton to the side. "Do we have to?" "It's bad enough my sister is dating him." "What?" Tina shrieked, as if the thought of my sister dating the man who once arrested her was more shocking than finding a skeleton in the wall, which it kind of was. "Your sister is dating the man who was convinced she murdered her ex-fiancé, who happened to be his cousin." "She sure is." "How long has this been going on?" Tina asked. "About a month," I told her. "This is the first I've heard about it?" I couldn't believe we were discussing this while a skeleton lay at my feet. "I was too embarrassed to admit it out loud," I explained. "I didn't think it would last more than a week." "Excuse me, we got a call." Sheriff Blake stopped short when he entered the house and saw Tina and me. "Why am I not surprised?" He glared at us. Sheriff Blake was on the scene after I discovered the body of his cousin Barney at my first ever showing. Now, conveniently, he's the first to discover me with yet another body. "Where did that come from?" he bellowed when he saw the skeleton on the floor at my feet. "Step away from the body," he ordered. Tina and I stepped back, our hands in the air as if surrendering. "What happened here?" he asked, kneeling to examine the skeleton. It was the first chance I had to take a closer look as well. I was so busy freaking out earlier that I didn't have the opportunity to study it. She wore a dark gray linen dress with a modest neckline, long sleeves, and a sturdy, full skirt that reached her ankles. I contemplated telling the sheriff what my vision showed me, but decided against it for now. I'm not even entirely certain what I saw, and I had no idea what we were dealing with. I didn't want to say too much yet. "What are you doing here?" I asked, ignoring his question. A neighbor called saying she heard screaming and saw a woman run from the house, then sprint down the street. "The photographer!" Tina and I exclaimed at the same time. "Now answer my question," he repeated. "What happened here?" "We were preparing my listing, and I touched a brick on the fireplace," I explained, pointing to the now suspicious brick. "A hidden door opened, and the skeleton fell on me." "So you're telling me you found another body at a listing?" "I guess," I responded. What was I supposed to say? It wasn't like I sought these things out. I listened as Sheriff Blake called the station, emphasizing it was an actual skeleton, so technically, it wasn't a body, not one with skin on it anyway. And yes, it was real, not a leftover Halloween prank. Within a short time, the estate was crawling with law enforcement, their response swift and methodical. And once again, my listing was cordoned off with yellow crime scene tape, while reporters descended out front like vultures, peering desperately through the wrought iron fence, capturing every movement and shouting questions whenever they spotted someone entering the grounds. I watched them take pictures of my for sale sign, with my name splashed across the center, in bold lettering, and cursed myself for putting it in the yard before checking for bodies. I shouldn't have to do something like that, but I should have known better by now. A police photographer snapped photos from multiple angles to capture the position and condition of the skeleton. Every detail, from the layout of the hidden entryway to the position of the brick that concealed it, was carefully recorded. The real estate photographer still hadn't returned, and the stagers had snuck out several moments after the authorities arrived, so once again, it was me and my crime scene of a listing. Only this time, Tina was here to witness the drama. I'm thankful she insisted on tagging along for moral support, even though this obviously wasn't what she had in mind either. At least this time, it was crystal clear neither I nor anyone I knew was the murderer. Sheriff Blake approached us as Tina and I stood there, wondering what we should do next. I've contacted Dr. Ilerna Thorne, a forensic anthropologist who consults with us occasionally in the sheriff's department. I've asked her to stop by and examine the skeleton. If she agrees to take the case, we'll arrange to have the remains transferred to her lab. How soon can I get my listing back? I asked cautiously. Yes, it sounded uncaring, but I did have a contractual obligation to my seller after all. Skeleton or no skeleton. You'll get your listing back when I release it, and not a moment before. Now why don't you run along and… Dr. Thorne, thank you so much for agreeing to meet us here, Sheriff Blake said in a shockingly warm tone for him. Dr. Thorne wasn't what I expected. Although I wasn't sure what I thought a typical forensic anthropologist looked like, but when short, stocky Dr. Thorne blinked up at us through her thick, round glasses, it immediately reminded me of Maz Kanata from the Force Awakens movie. But if I were tempted to discount her due to her appearance, and I wasn't, I'd have been sorely mistaken. After nodding at Sheriff Blake, but without a word of greeting to either Tina or me, Dr. Thorne made her way to the skeleton, her keen eyes taking in the surroundings with a critical glance. Once her gaze fell on the skeletal remains, a look of intense focus settled over her features. Donning latex gloves with a snap, the sound punctuating the silence like an unwelcome interruption, she murmured, "Let's see what secrets you're hiding, my dear." Even though she spoke as she worked, it was more like she was thinking aloud rather than explaining it to those of us gathered. While her voice was devoid of warmth, it still indicated a passion for her science. The degree of bone mineralization suggests the individual was young. By today's standards, anyway. I'd say mid-20s at most. The wear patterns on the teeth indicate a diet consisting primarily of meat, fruits, and vegetables, and baked goods, of course. She smiled when I looked surprised. The wealthy often ate a very balanced diet back then, considering they couldn't just pop down to the local warehouse grocery store to pick up a jumbo box of crackers and a gallon of orange soda. As she shifted to examine the skull, her brow furrowed. There's a pronounced depression here on the left parietal bone, likely evidence of blunt force trauma. She glanced up at Sheriff Blake, her expression serious. This wasn't just a burial, this was a homicide. The moment Dr. Thorne said homicide, confirming my earlier reading, my head swam, and images of a young woman and an older man fighting passed through me. Did the skeleton belong to the young woman? Who was the older man? Her father. As I tried to see them more clearly, the images passed, and I was left with the uncomfortable feeling I'd witnessed the woman right before her death. When Tina gave me a knowing look, Sheriff Blake snapped at us. "What's with the look? When would you estimate she was killed, Doctor?" "Thorne?" I asked, hoping to distract Sheriff Blake. Given the historical context of this estate and the preservation of the remains, I'd estimate several hundred years. Carbon dating the bones will give us a more accurate time frame. "By the way, who are you?" she asked, staring up at me as if she just fully noticed me. "I'm Molly Fitzle," I told her, eagerly thrusting my right hand forward, which she looked at but refused to shake. "I'm the listing agent." I finally let my hand drop, my cheeks coloring. Lovely, she said, further embarrassing me. I don't suppose you're aware of the history of this home, are you? She asked. No, ma'am, not really. Big surprise. While some believe, she snapped her fingers at her assistant, who immediately rushed to her side with a piece of paper and pen, that witches were only persecuted in Salem in the early 1700s, it occurred in other areas as well, including our own Melioras Village. Dr. Thorne scribbled down a name and phone number. Professor Hargrove at Melioras University will be able to tell you more about the history. He may even know who your victim is. Thank you so much, I told her. You think she was a witch? Dr. Thorne nodded pensively. Good possibility. When she and Sheriff Blake stepped away to discuss the skeleton further, Tina hovered in front of me, rapidly fluttering her wings with excitement. This has something to do with the spirit you saw earlier. I just know it. We must investigate this. We? I asked. I don't think so. This has nothing to do with me. But you're the chosen one. The spirit told you. It's up to you to figure out what happened here, she hissed, periodically turning back to ensure Sheriff Blake couldn't hear us. No. Remember what happened last time I got involved in a criminal investigation? You solved the case? Tina reminded me. Yes, but I almost died and now my dog talks. I'm just a normal, everyday real estate agent, and that's it. I'm sure Sheriff Blake and Dr. Maz over there have everything handled. Hey, you two! Sheriff Blake barked at us. So suddenly, we both jumped. Clear out of my crime scene! Gladly, I exclaimed, glaring at him as I stomped to the door with Tina at my back. If I never saw a dead body ever again, it would be too soon. Why me? Chapter 4. After being unceremoniously kicked out of my listing, Tina and I stood on the porch, pondering our next move. Now what? I asked her. I no longer have a house to sell. Not for the time being anyway. Let's go see the historian Dr. Thorne told us about, Professor Hargrove. Why? I asked. Because he could tell us who the skeleton belongs to and whether or not it's connected to your spirit encounter from this morning, she insisted. I already told you it's not. How about this? Dr. Thorne agreed with you that it's murder. Aren't you at least a little bit interested in learning more about it? This young woman, who may have been a witch, was murdered and then hidden in the wall of a house for hundreds of years. That's awful. I agree it's awful, but what can I do about it now? Her murderer is long dead. And I mean long dead, I reminded her. Although the thought of someone murdering a woman, just for being a witch, had me rattled. Maybe if we learn the truth, it will allow her to rest in peace? Justice for whatever her name is? Okay, fine. Let's talk to the historian. I suppose it would be helpful to learn more about this mystery skeleton. Think of it this way. Perhaps it will be a good marketing tool for selling the house. I mean, once you're able to sell it again, of course. By the way, who actually owns this house now? Tina asked. Some long-lost relative in England. When the last owner passed, their heir wasn't thrilled to learn they owned a haunted house in America. I'm sure they'll be delighted to hear about the skeleton. I thought you said it wasn't haunted, Tina pointed out. I shrugged. Everyone else is saying it. The skeleton won't help matters, that's for sure, and the negative publicity from this will make it even harder to sell. By the way, do I have to disclose this? It's not like we needed a hazmat team to clean up. Those bones were long beyond cleaning. I don't think you'll need to bother, Tina said, pointing to the gaggle of reporters out front. Oh, great, I moaned. Should we make a run for it? She suggested. I guess we'll have to. As we hurried to my car, the swarm of reporters shouted questions. Molly! Molly! Is it true? You found another body? Are you worried you're getting a reputation? Ms. Fitzle, whose body was hidden in the wall? How did they know all of these things already? We just found the skeleton. And why must they remind everyone of my bad luck? For a moment, I stopped to yell at them to leave me alone, but Tina grabbed my arm. Just ignore them, she urged. It's not worth it. Although we set out for the university under a mostly clear sky, the closer we got, the more the fringed, increasingly ominous-looking clouds appeared on the horizon. the sky grew increasingly turbulent, the earlier tranquility giving way to a brooding atmosphere charged with the promise of yet another storm. I stared up at the horizon as the clouds knit together into a dark tapestry, swallowing the last of the afternoon light. As we neared the university, rain splattered against the windshield, rapidly escalating into a wild downpour that reduced our visibility to a mere few feet. My focus was unwavering as I navigated the increasingly dangerous roads. The wind picked up, howling around the car, a prelude to something far more sinister. I jumped when the emergency alert system blared from the radio, announcing a tornado warning. The announcement was nearly drowned out by the storm's fury, but its message was clear. Take cover immediately. We need to find shelter now, Tina shouted over the roar, her voice thick with urgency. I nodded, unnerved, as I scanned the surroundings, barely making out the university buildings through the storm's veil. I was worried about Jake. I should try calling him, but I didn't want him to worry about me. I had to trust that the school had everything under control and that they had a shelter. I maneuvered the car into what may or may not have been a parking spot, but at this point, I could park on the sidewalk, and I didn't think anyone would care. Look, over there! Tina exclaimed. I could barely make out what she was pointing to, but it looked like people were running toward a specific place. Hopefully, it was a shelter. With no time to lose, we ran from the car, racing against the wind that was determined to hold us back. I didn't even bother with an umbrella. It would have been ripped from my hands in seconds. I leaned into the howling gale, my hair whipping wildly around my face as I struggled forward, each step a battle against the relentless wind that threatened to sweep me off my feet. My eyes squinted against flying debris as we ran for cover. Just as I'm convinced we may not make it in time, a woman appeared next to what I thought was the campus chapel. She was so lifelike and clear, compared to the rest of the horizon, that I stopped in my tracks to stare. As I did so, I had a brief vision of an angry man with a stick. "What are you doing?" Tina shouted at me while she darted and weaved through the turbulent air currents, her gossamer wings straining against the storm as she struggled to defeat it. "Run!" "But," I shouted back, pointing to the woman, yet when I looked again, she was gone. "I said run!" Tina screamed at me, her voice barely carrying above the chaos. So I ran, and we finally made it to what was indeed a shelter located in the basement of the science building, with an entrance marked by a heavy steel door that stood open while security guards ushered everyone inside. The shelter was stark, illuminated by the harsh glow of emergency lighting, bare concrete walls, and a cement floor that offered little comfort, but at least we were safe. Tina and I, along with the others, were soaking wet, our shoes making uncomfortable noises on the floor, while the water dripping from everyone's clothes caused a steady beat of noise among us. A handful of steel benches lined the walls, where some students sat in shock. Others huddled in groups in the center of the room. The air was thick with a mixture of apprehension, punctuated by the sound of whispered conversations. Damp and shivering, Tina and I found a seat against the wall on the far side of the room. A witch offered to magic us all dry, and we gratefully accepted. I was desperate to reach Jake, but had no cell signal since we arrived on campus. What if he was trying to call me and couldn't reach me? What if my baby boy was huddled in a shelter like we were, worried that the world as he knew it was ending, and he was desperate to call his mom? I struggled with the idea of escaping here in search of him, but I kept telling myself that wouldn't help, especially if I left and got swept up by the tornado. Then Jake would really be without a mom. "What are the chances that Professor Hargrove is in here?" Tina whispered. "Slim to none," I whispered back. "Professor Hargrove?" Tina called out, startling everyone with her sudden outburst. Several turned to look at her with total silence and befuddlement, but no one claimed to be Hargrove. "Told you," I muttered. But then a man wearing a tweed jacket with elbow patches and a meticulously pressed button-down shirt peeked out from behind a group of students gathered nearby. "That's me." "Seriously? How did we get so lucky?" Tina pulled on my arm, dragging me to where he was seated. He stared back at us nervously. After all, it wasn't every day you got a shout-out from a pixie. He looked to be in his early 60s, his short, wavy hair a mixture of deep chestnut with distinguished streaks of gray. He anxiously pushed a pair of well-worn, round spectacles up his nose and appraised us carefully. "Dr. Thorne suggested we talk to you." "Yes, of course. Dr. Thorne is brilliant, but why did she refer you to me?" "Are you familiar with the Whispering Chinaberry Estate? The mansion on the west side of the village?" I asked. "That's haunted, you know," a young elf sitting against the wall with fuzzy brown hair and multiple piercings told us. "It's not haunted," I insisted. "That's not what I heard," a young man with tattoos clutching a skateboard said. "I'm aware of it," Professor Hargrove responded. "Why do you ask?" "Because I'm trying to sell it, and we just found—" I paused, realizing how it would sound. "We just found a skeleton behind a wall," I whispered. "I'm sorry, you found a what?" Hargrove asked, bending his ear in my direction. "We found a skeleton in the wall," Tina announced, while everyone in the shelter gasped, and the elf who first insisted it was haunted shot us a smug look. "That doesn't mean it's haunted," I threw back at her while Tina patted my arm to calm me. "I'd have to consult my sources," Hargrove said thoughtfully. "Of course, those are all back in my office. But if I remember correctly, there is an old legend that said something about a witch who was killed on the estate grounds by some villagers, but not before she placed a curse on the village. But I can't recall the exact details off the top of my head." "What if the spirit you saw is connected to this curse?" Tina whispered. "I'm sorry, what spirit?" Professor Hargrove asked. "Never mind," I told him. "Basically, I'd like to know who the woman is. She's wearing an old-fashioned dress, and Dr. Thorne thought she might be several hundred years old. Oh, and a witch." "That makes sense. I mean, if we're talking about the early 1700s, does Dr. Thorne know how she died?" Oh dear. That would really get tongues wagging. I scanned the shelter to find every eye on me. "Dr. Thorne said she was murdered." I cringed when everyone gasped again, leaning in closer, hanging on every word. All eyes in the small shelter were fixed on me, and students who'd barely spoken beyond polite hellos before now huddled close, their faces a mix of horror and fascination. But before I could say another word, the lights on the ceiling flashed green, signaling that it was all clear. Several of the students gave a subdued cheer. Was it actually clear? What if it was a mistake? And if it was true, what were we about to discover above ground? We breathed a collective sigh of relief when we heard pounding on the steel doors. While several students leaped up to rush forward, Tina, Professor Hargrove, and I hung back, waiting for the first wave to clear. When the massive steel door creaked open, a rush of fresh air flooded in while we all breathed deeply. For now, anyway. I was terrified to see what the rest of the world looked like. How much damage did the tornado cause? I had to get to Jake ASAP. Was the university still standing? Was my house? I gulped. What if something happened to Buster? Dark thoughts about everything and everyone I loved flooded my imagination. What about my sister Anne and her crystals and potion shop? Making my way to the shelter entrance, I was surprised to see a sliver of sunlight streaming through the windows. I guess I expected more darkness after a tornado, not sunlight. Several people in front of us cried out once they reached the outdoors. My legs trembled. I was so anxious. From the sounds they were making, it must have been bad. Really, really bad. I almost didn't want to see it, but the people behind me pressed us forward. I stepped through the doors, blinking against the sudden onslaught of sunlight that seemed too bright, too pure for what I feared I'd find. Bracing for devastation, for the torn remnants of the world as I knew it, I focused as my eyes adjusted to the light. But I was shocked by what greeted me. Students weren't crying out in horror. They were crying with joy. Around me, the university stood almost untouched, its sturdy brick buildings basking in the bright sunlight. Leaves and small branches littered the ground, a testament to the wind's passage. but the ancient trees that lined the walkways remained steadfast, their roots deep and unyielding. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, the tension easing as I took in the scene. Now that we were out of the shelter and the storm was done, my phone buzzed like crazy. Numerous text messages popped up, one after the other. There were several from Anne and one from Zach, but most were from Jake, wondering if I was okay and begging me to call him. The last one was sent 30 minutes ago. Was he okay? My heart plummeted when I realized he hadn't tried to contact me since then. My hands trembled as I pressed on his name to call him. The phone barely rang once before Jake's voice burst through, "Mom! Are you okay? I've been trying to reach you." My soul swelled with relief at the sound of his voice. "Jake, honey, I'm fine. We just got out of the storm shelter. Is everything all right there?" Yeah, we're okay. The storm barely touched us here," he said, his voice calming a bit. "But Mom, I was so worried. I kept calling and texting, and when you didn't answer—" "I'm sorry, sweetie," I said, feeling a pang of guilt I didn't try to get him when I first thought of it. "We were in the shelter, and there was no cell signal. But we're all fine. There's surprisingly little damage here." Jake let out a long breath. I got scared, Mom." Tears pricked the corners of my eyes. "Oh, Jake, I'm sorry this is happening right now, but everything's okay. We're okay. You know it'll take more than a little wind to blow your mom away." Jake groaned at my attempt at humor, but I could hear the relief in his voice. "I just talked to Dad, and he's okay. He's still coming to get me for the monkey suit fitting." "Good. I was about to ask if you'd heard from him. I'll contact Aunt Anne after I hang up and check in with her. Did you guys have to gather in the shelter?" I asked. At this point, I didn't care what he told me. I just wanted to hear his voice a little longer. As Jake launched into a story about staying in the shelter at his school, I closed my eyes and just listened, savoring the sound of my son's voice and the knowledge that, at least for now, we were both safe. "Hey, Mom, I gotta go. The teachers are telling us to go back to our classrooms." "Okay, buddy, I'll talk to you again soon. Stay safe." "Same to you, Mom. Let me know when you hear from Anne." "I will." Thankfully, as soon as I ended our call, Anne texted me to let me know she was safe and her shop was untouched. Phew. I was relieved everyone was safe, but the question remained. What the heck was happening to our little village? Chapter 5. Looks like everyone in my family is safe. I hold the phone up to show Tina the messages. How about yours? "Everyone is safe on my end," Tina said, blowing out a sigh of relief. Tina had 5 kids. 5! I could barely take care of 1 kid and a dog. I never knew how she did it. "Hey, there's Professor Hargrove," she pointed out. "Let's go talk to him some more." "Is this really the time to be pestering him?" I asked. "We were pestering him inside the shelter, weren't we? And if we don't talk to him now, we'll just have to come back." "Excuse me, Professor Hargrove," Tina called out. I watched his face light up when he realized it was Tina who was summoning him. Beneath their diminutive stature and captivating wings lay the pixie's true power, an irresistible enchantment that snared both beasts and humans alike. Just ask Buster. These tiny creatures were nature's ultimate seductress. To lock eyes with a pixie was to fall under their spell and lose oneself entirely. I'd never met a pixie in person before Tina, yet I quickly realized just how helpful it was to have a friend who could talk anyone into almost anything. "Would it be okay if we asked you some more questions about the skeleton we found at the house?" she asked, fluttering her wings. "Absolutely. Let's go to my office, where I have all my books," he suggested. As we followed him, I was comforted to watch the mostly undamaged campus unfolding before us as it basked in the rejuvenating light of the spring sun. The air was surprisingly crisp, carrying the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth and newly blossomed flowers. Leaves and small twigs littered the pathways, and here and there, a branch was claimed by the wind. But for the most part, all was well. I hoped this meant things were looking up. While we made our way to his office, the professor was repeatedly greeted by students. "Good afternoon, Professor Hargrove." That was a close call, wasn't it? To which he replied with a nod and a smile. He was a popular teacher. There was a palpable sense of camaraderie among those on campus. Students and faculty shared smiles and stories. Perhaps that was the end of this crazy weather. One last big push by Mother Nature, but now we're returning to some normalcy. As much as I had hoped for that, I had the nagging feeling that wasn't the case. Once we arrived at his office, Professor Hargrove unlocked the door bearing a nameplate that read Robin Hargrove, PhD Professor of Colonial History, and flicked on the lights. The walls were lined with built-in shelves overflowing with books on colonial history, artifacts from field studies, and framed photographs of what I assumed were students, colleagues, and various adventures over the years. His desk was a landscape of ongoing projects, with piles of papers and open books arranged this way and that. Please, ladies, make yourselves at home. I don't know about you, but I could use a cup of chamomile tea. That would be lovely, Tina responded. I'd like some tea, I told him, as he filled the electric teapot from the sink in his office and plugged it in to boil. After the day we've had, I wouldn't say no to a shot of whiskey in that tea either, but I'm not sure I should ask. While we waited for the water to heat, Tina and I rehashed the story of how we found the skeleton in the wall and reminded him that Dr. Thorne had told us to contact him. Professor Hargrove moved gracefully around his office, selecting 3 porcelain teacups from a small cupboard over the sink, and placed them in front of us with a soft clink. With a practiced hand, he poured steaming tea into each cup, the fragrant aroma filling the room, leaving me to wonder how many cups of tea he had served over the years. What a thoughtful man. No wonder his students liked him. Now, where were we? He asked, settling into a well-worn vinyl chair behind his desk. The skeleton? I reminded him. Ah, yes, of course, he said right before sipping his tea. I believe you may have found yourself a witch. He stood again and crossed the room to a shelf where he retrieved an aged, leather-bound book, carefully placing it on the desk before us. In the early 1700s, he started, the New World was a place of great uncertainty and fear. The colonies, still in their infancy, were rife with hardships, from harsh winters and poor harvests to diseases and conflicts. In such times, fear found a convenient outlet in the persecution of witches. He was fascinating, even though he talked as if he were lecturing to a classroom full of students, rather than just chatting with us. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. You see, the concept of witchcraft was imported from Europe, where witch hunts had been a dark part of the landscape for centuries. But in the colonies, particularly in New England, the fear of witchcraft became intertwined with the struggle for survival. Some believed that witches had made a pact with the devil to gain supernatural powers, which they then used to harm or manipulate others. After sitting at his desk again, he sighed, a note of sadness in his voice. Dr. Thorne probably told you this, but many wrongfully believe these only took place in Salem, Massachusetts, but they happened here as well. He opened the book to a marked page, revealing a detailed rendering of a trial. Accusations of witchcraft often arose from misfortunes, such as a cow's sudden death, a churn of butter that went bad, or even a child's unexplained illness. In a society where they saw the devil's work in everyday adversities, those who were different, outspoken, or isolated became easy targets. That's heartbreaking, Tina murmured, while I nodded in agreement. It made me sick to think of the innocent people who were tortured and executed, possibly for no other reason than they were a bit different than everyone else expected. Would someone like me have been considered a witch? A pixie like Tina, for sure, would have been. And what about my Jake, who's an actual wizard? What happened to boys like him? I shuddered just thinking about it. Could you tell us if you know how this is connected to the Chinaberry Estate? I asked. Ah, yes. I was just getting to that, he explained, before crossing his office again to a large blue file cabinet in the corner, where he slid open a drawer and lifted up yet another heavy leather-covered tome. Legend has it, he told us, right before plunking the book down on top of the first one, while carefully thumbing through the pages. There was one woman in particular in Melioras Village named Althea Birdwood, who never denied being a witch and was believed to have cursed the village and the ancestors of her killers shortly before they murdered her. In fact, her curse is in this book. Would you like me to read it to you? Tina and I nodded in unison, our attention unwavering. Professor Hargrove continued with a grave voice. Beneath the moon's pale gaze, I weave my final verse. A curse upon the lineage of those who've wrought me ill. Through ages dark and light, my vengeance shall traverse. In shadows deep and silent, my wrathful will distill. From roots of ancient wrongs, a sickness born shall rise, a malady unseen, through generations spread. Melioras Village, heed the storm-tossed skies, for in their wrath my tale of sorrows read. When sun forsakes its warmth, and winter mocks the spring, when night devours day, and rivers flow reversed, the air itself shall shiver, and birds forget to sing. By these signs, know my curse upon thee is dispersed. Yet hope's dim light flickers in destiny's tight weave. A chosen one shall rise, with sight beyond the veil. With heart both pure and brave, the curse they may relieve. Where others falter, this one must prevail. This chosen soul, marked by time's unyielding hand, shall seek the tangled truths that lie in shadow's heart. With power born of understanding, they'll make their stand, and in their quest, my darkened spell unstart. So listen well, ye offspring of my foes. The key to end your suffering lies in plainest sight. Embrace the one who sees beyond the rose, and lift the curse, bring end to endless night. Let this be my legacy, my final echoing call, a witch's vow through time's relentless march, till chosen one redeems my shadow over all, in endless night, beneath the weeping arch. I ignored Tina, who had been staring at me open-mouthed the entire time Professor Hargrove read. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I finally asked. The curse is happening right now, she insisted. I think you're jumping to conclusions here, I cautioned her. Tina gestured dramatically at the window, repeating, Melioras Village, heed the storm-tossed skies. How many weird storms have we had here lately? It's nothing but a coincidence, I insisted. By these signs, know my curse upon thee is dispersed. Molly, the curse is happening. This has to be it. And the spirit you encountered this morning told you that you are the one to break it. We don't know that, I insisted. But I knew Tina. Once she set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible to change it. Does it say anything else? I asked Professor Hargrove. It has 2 words listed beneath it, he told me. Hathaway, Pritchard. Those sound like names, I suggested. Names of the people who wronged her, Tina said. They're the victims of her curse, they and their descendants. Pritchard certainly rings a bell, I muttered right before my phone rang. It's Zach. I better get this. It might be about Jake. I apologized to them. Hey, Zach. Molly, it's Kimberly. Why was she calling me from Zach's phone? Hi, Kimberly, what's up? Is everything okay? Zach is in the hospital. What? Why? What happened? Did he get caught in the tornado? Didn't he just text me to let me know he was fine? How long had we been in the professor's office? No, it has nothing to do with the tornado. We don't know what's wrong. When he and Jake were getting fitted for their tuxedos, he collapsed. They rushed him to Melioras Memorial Hospital, where they're working on him now. Then it hit me. Why the third name sounded so familiar. Pritchard was Zach's mother's maiden name. They were one of the oldest families in the area. Was Zach an ancestor of those who murdered the witch? And if so, then Jake would be too. Chapter 6. I'm so sorry, but we have to go, I told Professor Hargrove. That was Kimberly, I informed Tina, my throat tight. Zach is in the hospital. Tornado? Tina asked. I thought you said he was okay. No, it wasn't the tornado. They don't know what's wrong with him. She and Jake are at the hospital. Let's go, Tina exclaimed. Thank you for your time, I told Hargrove again. No problem, and good luck, he shouted to our backs as we rushed out the door. The trip to the hospital was tense. I drove while simultaneously listening to Tina, who was trying to offer reassuring words with as calm a voice as possible. I barely heard her amidst the whirlwind of fear and confusion enveloping me. What could be wrong with Zach? He had always been in good shape, exercised and ate right. He didn't smoke and only had an occasional beer on weekends. I couldn't imagine what would be wrong with him. The thought that he was an ancestor of the people who murdered the witch kept jumping into my head, but I pushed it away. Yes, I believed in the paranormal. How couldn't I? I lived it every day. It was just that the idea of a centuries-old curse suddenly come to light, and Tina's theory of my being the only one who could break it was preposterous. I was merely an almost 40-something divorcee with a son and a real estate license, but who also happened to be somewhat psychic. I couldn't be a chosen anything. I was sure of it. I got out at the entrance while Tina parked my car. I rushed to the information desk. "Excuse me, where can I find Zach Fitzle?" "He's in room 305. The elevator is just around the corner." The fairy with bright green wings, working at the front desk, pointed in the direction of the elevators. "Thank you," I told her, as I scrambled down the sterile corridor. When the elevator doors opened, I found Jake and Kimberly in the waiting area. "Mom!" Jake shouted when he saw me, his face a mask of worry, far too mature for his young age. My heart ached at the sight of him, first a tornado, and now whatever was wrong with Zach nearly overwhelmed me with a flood of mixed emotions. I wrapped him in a tight embrace, whispering words of comfort, trying to shield him from the uncertainty that hung heavily in the air. "What happened?" I asked Kimberly. "They don't know." She shrugged tearfully. "He collapsed in the tailor's shop unexpectedly, but no one knows why. The doctors are running tests, but still no word." Just then, Tina appeared. "Tina!" Jake cried, running to her next for comfort. "Hey, buddy," Tina said, hugging him tightly. Tina was one of Jake's favorite people, and Zach's, and Buster's. Ah, the life of a pixie. "Did you see the tornado?" Jake asked. "I sure did," she exclaimed. "Were you scared?" "I'll admit, I was a little scared." "You?" "Nah," he insisted, while she ruffled his hair and giggled, making him blush and smile at her. "Oh, sure." When I ruffled his hair, he was embarrassed. "The doctors should be back with an update soon," Kimberly told us. We all settled into the uncomfortable chairs in the waiting room, forming an unlikely unit bound together by our concern for Zach. Soon turned into a slow-ticking clock of minute after minute. The hospital's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a harsh glow over our makeshift vigil while they made announcements over the speaker system, and the canned music droned on. Doctors passed by, and each time, we thought it might be Zach's doctor, but each time, we were disappointed when they hurried on. We talked intermittently, in hushed tones, speculating about why the tornado was so bizarre. My mind continuously jumped back to the witch's skeleton. Wouldn't Jake be surprised when I told him that story? Finally, a doctor approached our group and introduced himself. "He's resting comfortably right now," Dr. Adair told us, his tone measured, attempting to offer calm. "We're in the process of running several tests to let us know what happened, but as of this moment, we don't have a definitive answer." Kimberly interjected, "But he will be okay, right?" He offered a sympathetic smile. "We're doing everything we can. I promise to keep you updated as we learn more. For now, the best we can do is make him comfortable and monitor him. Unfortunately, I don't know when we'll have answers." "Thank you," we all told him as he walked away. "Sweetheart, when's the last time you ate anything?" I asked Jake. He looked up with a faint smile. "Kimberly got me a sandwich from the cafeteria when we first got here." "Thank you for making sure he ate." I nodded in gratitude. "Of course, I wanted to make sure he was okay." I put my arm around Jake, squeezing him. "How about we head home for dinner, We can get pizza. Your favorite, with extra cheese." "Can't we stay here with Dad?" he begged. "You and your mom should go home for now. I promise I'll let you know the second they tell me anything," Kimberly insisted. I guess maybe she wasn't so bad for a 25-year-old who was marrying my ex-husband. Make sure you get something to eat as well, I told her. I didn't need a fainting pregnant lady on my conscience. Can we get dessert too? Jake asked as we headed back down the hospital corridor. After everything that happened, I forgot I had to drop Tina off at the office. Thankfully, after I texted my sister Anne, she offered to pick up pizza and some chocolate cake because she knew it was Jake's favorite. My sister can be aggravating at times, but I was grateful for her help. So, Jake said in mock seriousness, the TV news said you found another body. And here I thought I would get away with this one. I should have known better. Technically, I found a skeleton. Basically, you found a body without skin. That's got to be some kind of record, right? What other real estate agent has found dead people at 2 listings? I sighed. Not many, I suppose. Many? I'm pretty sure you're the only one. Hey, where were you when the tornado hit? Tina and I were at the university where they had an underground storm bunker, I told him, thinking he was probably worried about it. University? Why were you at the university? Drat. Why did I say that? I still didn't want to tell him about this curse business. We were doing some research. About the skeleton? Confound. Why did this kid have to be so smart? Why would you think that? I asked, still hoping to wiggle my way out of this. Because the news said the skeleton could belong to a witch that was buried in the walls of the Chinaberry Estates. I told you it was haunted, he insisted. The steady stream of questions, and what the news had reported, continued throughout the drive back to my office. I was thankful no one else seemed to know about the curse yet, especially because, if it were real, it could be what was affecting Zach. But that was a big if. I still didn't want it to be real. When we arrived at the office, I asked Jake to wait in the car while I talked to Tina. Thank you for the company and all your support, I told her. Of course. Call me if you need anything, she said. You know those names that Professor Hargrove read? The families who the witch supposedly cursed? Pritchard is my former mother-in-law's maiden name. Oh no! Tina exclaimed. Do you think Zach is cursed? And what about Jake? I'm not sure, I shook my head. I don't want this to be real. Me either, she responded. But at the same time, I don't think we should dismiss it. Oh, look! There's Aunt Anne, I pointed out as we approached the house. I'd consult Zach about this so-called curse, given that he was a wizard, but that was obviously off the table for now. As a healing witch, I hoped Anne would have some ideas. My sister Anne and I were only a year apart in age. My mother used to call us Irish twins, which we found out later in life offended some people. It never bothered me, because we were often mistaken for twins anyway. We were both taller than average, with the same long auburn hair, and wore the same glasses. Anne tried contacts for a while, but people who were accustomed to seeing her with glasses kept asking if something was wrong, so she went back to wearing her glasses. She knew from an early age that she was a healing witch, but oddly enough, my family didn't think I had magical powers. Yet I kept predicting strange things like a pop quiz in school, or what people would say before they even said it. Then there was the time a vision came to me where I saw my friend get hit by a drunk driver, so I ran up the street to warn him, just as the car narrowly missed him and ran into a tree. But what did I get for that? Grounded, because I didn't tell my mother where I was going and seriously freaked her out. Visions definitely weren't all they were cracked up to be. Anne always delighted her friends by coming up with all sorts of nifty drinks and elixirs, while people avoided me because they were convinced I was reading their minds. Hey, Aunt Anne, Jake shouted. Help her carry the pizza, I called out after him. I could only hope Anne didn't invite Sheriff Blake over for dinner as well. On top of everything else, I didn't need him staring at me accusingly while I ate. Are you okay, Buster? I asked, when he nearly knocked us down as we walked into the house. The poor guy must have been terrified during the tornado. I've never been so scared in my life, he exclaimed, his large brown eyes wide with lingering fear. The wind howled like 1,000 angry wolves, and I was sure the roof would fly right off. Sorry about that, boy, I said, patting him on his massive head. I was scared, too. "I'm just glad you're home now," he added. "Me too, Buster, me too." "How about you, Oliver?" I asked. "I assume this wasn't your first tornado?" "Hark! In my nearly 3 centuries of haunting this village, I've borne witness to a fair number of tempests most foul," he mused, his colonial dialect coming out. "Why, I recall a most fearsome maelstrom back in 1811 that picked up old Farmer Willoughby's prized bull and deposited it 2 counties over without a scratch. 'Twas a spectacle most extraordinary." His ghostly eyes narrowed as he continued. "Yet, I must confess, this latest squall bore a particular malevolence. 'Twas as if the very winds harbored a grudge most dire against our modest settlement. Truly, it gives one pause to consider whether some supernatural force might be at play in these curious events." I shook my head at him, placing a finger against my lips. I didn't need Jake worrying about that on top of everything else. After dinner, I let Jake play video games instead of doing homework. I felt like he'd been through enough today and could use a break. We could all use a break, but I wanted to talk to Anne privately. Once Jake had his headphones in place, and I was reasonably certain he couldn't hear us, I pulled Anne into the kitchen, explaining everything we learned today, including the possibility that the witch had cursed Zach and his ancestors. I tried to balance my burning curiosity with my knowledge that Anne was a witch, and no doubt would be sensitive to my finding a murdered witch's skeleton. I ended my explanation by handing her a copy of the curse I printed out. As delicate as I had tried to be, Anne's face drained of color, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. But eventually, her demeanor shifted, and a fierce determination blazed. "We have to get to the bottom of this, not just for this woman, but for all of us who practice magic. Even though Melioras is full of witches, I'm concerned that if word of this curse leaks out, and people think that bad weather and illness were the work of an ancient witch, they won't look kindly on today's witches." As Anne's words sank in, a cold dread washed over me, settling in the pit of my stomach like a block of ice. My sister's face, usually so vibrant, was pale and drawn with worry. I saw the situation through her eyes. The fear, the potential for hysteria, the age-old human instinct to lash out at the different, the unknown. What I initially assumed was only a centuries-old issue, I quickly realized, could turn into a present-day issue, adding to all our other problems. People had already complained about the recent severe weather as it was. My mind raced, conjuring images of angry mobs, whispered accusations, and sidelong glances filled with suspicion and fear. This didn't just affect those who practiced magic 300 years ago. It could affect Anne, or Zach, or Jake. This may not just be about solving a centuries-old mystery. It could mean having to protect my family as well. Chapter 7. Jake looked up at me, his eyes clouded with so much worry it broke my heart. "Mom, I don't want to go to school today. I want to see Dad in the hospital." I hated that the best I could offer him at this point was a reassuring smile. "I know you're worried about him, sweetheart. But I just talked to Kimberly, and your dad is still resting. The doctors will run more tests this morning, so he'll be busy with those. But as soon as you get out of school, we'll go right to the hospital. Okay?" He hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, I guess. But what if something happens when I'm in school?" "I promise, if something happens, I'll let you know right away." "Okay, but you have to double promise." "I triple promise," I swore to him. Ah, this kid was pulling on my heartstrings. I was so tempted to let him skip school today, but what could he do at the hospital other than sit and wait? Kimberly didn't need the added burden of keeping track of him. And I had another appointment with Professor Hargrove this morning, so I couldn't do it. Besides, it was probably best he stayed in school instead of sitting around the hospital with nothing to do but worry. As much as I hated to admit this curse could be real, what Anne said last night about it blowing back on present-day witches stuck with me. If I thought it was nothing more than a centuries-old curse, it would be one thing. But considering it might be the cause of Zach's illness, and could affect my family in other ways, in addition to the other Melioras villagers. I had to take it seriously, at least until I knew more. Besides, it was getting harder and harder to dismiss everything that had happened so far as coincidence. I hated the idea of being responsible for this. What if it really was up to me to break the curse? How would I do it? And why me? It was all so confusing. As I sipped the last of my morning coffee, waiting for Jake to finish getting ready for school, I pondered out loud. I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this than a curse. Oliver, who was floating near the ceiling, tilted his head. By what means have you arrived at such a peculiar declaration, I wonder? Then Buster lifted his massive head from his paws. Is this you wondering in general, or have you had a vision? I adjusted my glasses, as if it made me think better. It's both, I explained, the memory of the psychic flash I had when I touched the brick still burning bright in my mind. I have these bits and pieces of a vision still swirling around in my brain that don't make sense. They aren't just visions of a vengeful witch. According to my visions, she suffered greatly in her short life. Just for being a witch? Oliver asked. I don't think so. She suffered much heartache otherwise, but why, I can't really tell. Not yet, anyway. Part of me doesn't blame her for cursing those who wronged her. Yet part of me is angry that she made a curse so powerful it affected people who came long after the haters buried her in the wall. I just don't know, I exclaimed. I smacked my palm on the kitchen table, causing my coffee cup and bagel to jump and dance. Then I dragged my hands through my hair, gripping the roots as if I could somehow pull the answers directly from my brain, all while letting out a long, exasperated groan that made Buster's ears perk up while Oliver gawked at me with concern. Why is this so frustrating? I moaned. I closed my eyes, trying to piece it all together. I feel like we're missing something, but are we? And if so, what? Oliver swooped around the room, causing a cool breeze to ruffle my hair. What if she wasn't murdered for being a witch? He suggested. Why else would she have been murdered, though? I responded. Beats me, dude, he shot back, shifting to a more modern dialect. You just mentioned that you think she suffered greatly for other things. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Buster stood up, his tail wagging slowly. What if it's all a conspiracy? A conspiracy? I asked. What are you talking about? I don't know, it's just an idea that popped into my head. He shrugged. Are you watching cable TV again? I asked. Maybe, Buster replied, while Oliver nodded in the background. Stroking his ghostly chin, Oliver said, History is written by the victors, isn't it? If the villagers believed she was killed for being a witch, that's the story that would have been passed down. So we might be dealing with a misunderstood witch and an unsolved murder? I mused out loud. Ack, I hate this so much. How will I ever solve a 300-year-old mystery? Buster patted over to me, leaning against me, as he often liked to do. He may be a talking dog, but he's still all dog. And a big dog at that. What next? He asked. I scratched behind his ears. I'll talk it over with Professor Hargrove this morning. We were interrupted yesterday when Kimberly called to tell me Zach was in the hospital, so I hope to get more out of him today. I'm lucky he's willing to take the time to discuss this with me. Oh, I do love a good mystery. This is so exciting. What shall I do to prepare? Oliver clapped his transparent hands together. I rolled my eyes at him. I don't know about you, but I have to get Jake to school now. Hey, where are my car keys? I asked, looking around the kitchen. They aren't on the hook, I groaned. Oliver! Where are my keys? I don't have time for games this morning. Ugh, fine. They're in the freezer. Spoil sport, he muttered, while I angrily snatched my keys from the ice tray. I'll go haunt the coffee shop on the corner, he declared, disappearing with a pop. You do that? I told him. Buster wagged his tail at me. I notice you aren't getting after Jake this morning for being late. He deserves a bit of slack today of all days, don't you think? I asked. When we pulled up to Jake's school, I reluctantly let him go inside. If the curse is real and aimed at the descendants of the Pritchards, Jake could be in danger, but I was still denying that part. It had to be something else. It just had to be. See you, Mom. Don't forget your promise to call if anything happens. You'll be the first call I make, I swear. But just as I started to pull away, he held up a hand to stop me. Oh dear. If he begged me one more time to let him skip school, I don't think I'd have the willpower to keep saying no. Don't forget to update me on the skeleton, he said before laughing and running off. That kid! I glanced around furtively when I approached the intersection where I encountered the spirit yesterday. Although if he showed up again, this time I was ready with questions. I was relieved, however, when I got through the intersection without incident. The last 24 hours had been scary enough. I wasn't ready for another spirit encounter. I also noticed that the weather was pleasantly mild this morning. I was still hoping the wild weather was a fluke. It was spring, after all. Odd weather patterns weren't unusual this time of year. But even I had to admit they had never been this severe. I eventually pulled into guest parking at the university and paid the parking attendant. When I arrived at Professor Hargrove's office, he was already there, hard at work, thumbing through a stack of papers. Ah, Molly, good to see you again, he greeted me. Thank you so much for meeting with me. I apologize for running out of here abruptly yesterday. Not a problem, my dear. You said in last night's email that your ex-husband has been hospitalized, and you're concerned it has something to do with the curse. Yes, kind of. I don't know. I'm struggling to believe the 300-year-old angst of a witch is what's causing us trouble today. Have you learned anything new since yesterday? I have. Dr. Thorne told me her cursory examination of the skeletal remains indicated it was just as I suspected. They belong to Althea Birdwood. That's the witch in the book? The one who supposedly made the curse? Hargrove nodded. According to my documentation, Althea Birdwood dwelled in the shadows of Melioras Village in the early 1700s, a time when fear and superstition clutched the hearts of its inhabitants, Professor Hargrove said, clutching his fist to his chest to emphasize the drama. I got the sense he enjoyed being a storyteller. When I told my sister, who is a healing witch, about what happened, she said she's worried about potential trouble for modern-day witches. She's concerned that people who are unhappy about the radical weather will blame the witches of today. Professor Hargrove nodded. I could see why she would be. As I mentioned yesterday, unlike many innocents accused of witchcraft in that era, it's believed that Althea truly harbored powers beyond mere non-magical understanding, powers that connected her to the natural world in profound mystic ways. Misunderstood and feared, her gifts made her an outsider, a keeper of ancient knowledge in an age that linked the unknown with darkness and evil. Excuse me, Professor, I'm so sorry to interrupt. An older woman wearing a sweater vest with glasses on a chain around her neck poked her head into the office. But I have a couple of forms you need to sign before the deadline this afternoon. Yes, of course, Doris. I completely forgot. If you'll excuse me for just a moment, he told me, following the woman out the door. No problem, I said. While waiting for the professor to return, I occupied myself by reading some of the book titles on his shelves. I wondered if he had actually read all of these books. There were so many. I barely had time to read the romance novel sitting on my nightstand. When did he find the time to read these? Roanoke, Solving the Mystery of the Lost Colony, The Witches, Salem, 1692, Mayflower, A Story of Courage, Community, and War, Ember and Moon, A Practical Guide to Everyday Witchcraft. Sorry about that, Molly. Where was I? The professor asked upon his return. You were telling me about Althea. Yes, of course. While it was true that Althea wielded genuine magic, it was not the dark art that the villagers imagined. She was what they called a green witch. Instead of using her powers to harm, she sought harmony with the forces of nature. However, as the frenzy escalated, Althea found herself ensnared by the very fear she sought to evade. In the face of her impending doom, she cast a curse upon Melioras Village and the descendants of those who persecuted her, ensuring that her suffering would echo through generations. but it was rumored that she kept a diary with instructions on how to break the curse. "And where is this diary now?" I asked hopefully. "Oh, that I don't know," Professor Hargrove said simply. "Great. So all we have to do is find a 300-year-old hidden diary that may or may not have instructions for lifting the curse." "Well, when you put it that way," he mumbled, blushing so fiercely I felt bad for the tone I just used. As I stepped out of the university's imposing stone archway, the air shifted palpably. The warmth of the mid-morning sun vanished, replaced by a chill that seeped through my light jacket. Rats! Here comes another storm. Just when I thought we might be past that. Above my head, dark clouds roiled and churned, devouring the blue sky with alarming speed. A hard gust of wind made me step back, carrying with it the sharp scent of damp air, and something else, something ancient and musty, like old parchment, not unlike the scent of the old books in Hargrove's office. Thunder growled in the distance, a sound so deep I swear it reverberated in my ribcage. Leaves skittered across the walkway at my feet, fleeing the oncoming storm. I hurried down the path, hoping to make it back to my car before the rain started, but then the first heavy droplets splattered against the pavement. A flash of lightning illuminated the steeple of the campus church, its crooked weather vane spinning wildly in the strengthening wind. Another bright, jagged flash of lightning danced across the sky, startling me. And there she was, the woman I saw last time. She was silhouetted against the stormy backdrop, a woman in an old-fashioned dress like the one Althea's skeleton was wearing, her hair streaming behind her like smoke. But she was gone the next instant, leaving me to wonder if the conversation with Professor Hargrove had made more of an impression than I'd realized. I was too overwhelmed to move as I squinted through the gloom and intensifying storm, searching for the spirit. Was it a hallucination? Was it a ghost? Was it a spirit like the one who appeared above my SUV yesterday? My eyes darted from shadow to shadow, searching again for any sign of the spirit. But there was nothing, just rain that intensified by the second. A clap of thunder directly overhead made me jump, and in that instant, the heavens opened. Rain came down in sheets so thick I could barely see in front of me. My clothes were soaked through in seconds. Shivering, I spun around, squinting to locate my car through the downpour. I eventually spotted its blurry outline and ran, my shoes splashing through massive puddles. The rain drummed on my head while water coated my glasses and streamed into my eyes. As I fumbled with my keys, another flash of lightning illuminated the street. For a split second, the woman appeared again in the cemetery near the chapel. But as I blinked away the rain and afterimage, there was nothing. "This is ridiculous," I muttered. I could barely make out my own car, much less some woman standing at a distance. Ghost or not, I couldn't see a thing. I wrenched open the car door and threw myself inside, gasping for air and dripping water everywhere. As I sat there, trying to catch my breath, water pooling beneath me, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was trying to send me a message. Chapter 8. I huddled in the driver's seat, my clothes clinging to me like a second very damp skin, while sheets of rain pummeled the car. A small puddle formed beneath me, and every movement was accompanied by a squelching sound. "If only I were a witch," I muttered to myself, eyeing my dripping hair in the rearview mirror. I'd magic myself dry in an instant and be done with this mess. My so-called gifts of clairvoyance and psychic ability often felt more like burdens, offering glimpses and hunches, but rarely anything as practical as Anne's or Zach's or Jake's magic. I sighed, watching the rivulets of water race down the windshield, and wondered if Althea Birdwood had ever felt this way, caught between two worlds, never quite fitting into either. Was she a peaceful witch? A vengeful witch? Did she wish she wasn't a witch at all? As I pondered what Althea's life might have been like, I experienced another flash of pictures. Darkness, a blurry, hand-drawn picture, a tunnel. Whatever it was, it didn't make sense, but it gave me a profound urge to return to the Chinaberry Estate. Yes, it was still a crime scene and off-limits, but it wouldn't be the first time I had broken into a crime scene. "Why won't you stop raining?" I begged the clouds, knowing I couldn't safely drive until it let up. As if the storm had heard me, it lightened considerably, almost stopping completely, which I took as an excuse to leave. But how could I just run around the village in soaking wet clothes? I didn't have time to drive back home to change either. My eyes landed on my unused gym bag in the back seat. When did I last have time to go to the gym? When I unzipped it, I was relieved to find a clean t-shirt and sweats inside. Dare I? I glanced around to see if anyone was nearby. Thankfully, everyone was still taking cover from the storm, so I used the opportunity to change into dry clothes when no one was looking. Phew! That was so much better. As for my hair, it would just have to air dry. I wish my most recent vision had been more precise, although they were never very clear to begin with. I often had to guess at what they were trying to tell me, but I had to go to the estate and put my hand on the fireplace stone again. It could give me more insight, or even tell me where the diary was. What if the diary was hidden on the estate? With all the commotion that followed the skeleton discovery, I didn't have the chance to explore further, especially once Sheriff Blake kicked us out. That settled it. I was returning to the Chinaberry Estate to explore, alone and uninterrupted. The imposing house loomed before me. The bright yellow crime scene tape that crisscrossed the neatly landscaped front yard looked wildly out of place. My heart thudding with nerves, I ducked behind a bush at the neighbor's house, feeling like a trespasser. Given the official crime scene status, I guessed I was a trespasser despite it being my listing. I glanced up and down the quiet street, relieved to find it deserted in the aftermath of the most recent storm. Taking a deep breath, I ducked under the tape, and a shiver ran through me. The house seemed to watch me, its dark windows like accusing eyes. I crept towards the porch, hoping none of the neighbors had spotted me. The last time someone saw me sneaking into a house, it was the ukulele-playing neighbor across the street who came over to chit-chat, nearly getting us both caught in the process. It would be best to avoid nosy neighbors this time. Relief washed over me when I spotted the familiar outline of the lockbox still attached to the front door handle. If the authorities had taken it, I'd be out of luck. My fingers trembled slightly as I dialed in the code, the small door springing open to reveal the key. Yes! Finally, something went right. As I slid the key into the lock, a wave of emotions crashed over me: excitement, fear, and a bit of nausea. The door swung open, revealing the darkened interior. I stepped inside, the floorboards creaking as a welcome, or perhaps a warning. My skin prickled with goosebumps. My psychic senses were on high alert. When I stepped into the room where I found the skeleton, my eyes immediately went to that spot. I shivered, not from the cold weather outside, but from the memory of brittle bones and centuries-old secrets. The air felt thick, charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I swallowed hard, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through my veins. As I approached the fireplace, my supernatural senses sparked, picking up echoes of emotions, fear, and desperation, but I couldn't tell if it was an actual vision or just my nerves. The wall that had opened was closed. But how? It was open when we left. Did it close automatically after revealing the skeleton? Did one of the investigators close it? If I really was the so-called chosen one, was I the only one who could open it? Was it dumb to come here alone? Sure, it was easier to sneak around when it was just me, but now I kind of regretted it. I seriously considered leaving, but I pressed on when I remembered Zach in the hospital and how Jake could be the next to get sick. I didn't have the opportunity to carefully examine the passageway when I opened it yesterday. I was just a little distracted by the skeleton on top of me. But now, with no sheriff or anyone else glaring at me and watching my every move, this was my only chance. I paused in front of the brick that opened the door, adrenaline coursing through my veins. What if nothing happened? What if something horrible happened? I think I stopped breathing while my hand hovered near the brick, trembling slightly as I recalled the shocking sight that had greeted me before when I unwittingly triggered the hidden mechanism. I swore the house held its breath with me as my fingers finally made contact with the cool, rough surface of the brick. I pressed my hand firmly against it, steeling for any visions that might appear. And then, nothing. No vision, no feeling, no anything. And the opening remained closed. That was a whole lot of drama for nothing. My hands dropped to my sides as I sighed. I was so sure this would give me answers. What if Althea didn't want me to explore? What if she didn't want the diary found and the curse broken? What then? What did I do now? I was certain the vision I had in the car told me to return, but I must have been wrong. I pivoted to look elsewhere, but jumped back in shock when the hidden door to the passageway slowly opened with an ominous creaking sound. Yes! I cheered before peering into the passageway, which revealed a narrow tunnel reaching to who knew where. But it was pitch black. Why didn't I think to bring a flashlight? Lumos, I murmured. No, it wasn't magic. Not my magic, anyway. Just the magic of my phone. I held it up for a better look as the bright light cast long shadows dancing along the uneven stone walls. Cobwebs hung like tattered lace from the low ceiling, and the dirt floor underneath was uneven. I stood frozen at the threshold, wondering if I had the guts to continue as I peered into the gloom. The passage stretched, who knew how far into the darkness, and I was desperate to wander along it. But how far did it go? How could I be sure the door would remain open? I shuddered when I pictured myself trapped in here, much like Althea Birdwood's body for all those centuries. Would anyone know where to look if the door closed and I was trapped? Why didn't I tell someone I was coming here? My car was outside. Tina and Anne wouldn't be surprised to find me here. But would they be able to open the door? Did I dare take a chance? I continued standing at the entrance, the darkness yawning before me like a hungry mouth. The light from my phone almost seemed feeble against the oppressive gloom, barely penetrating a few feet ahead. I shivered as I argued with myself over stepping into the unknown void. Even if the door stayed open, what if I couldn't find my way back? It wasn't like I had a trail of breadcrumbs to leave behind. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves, but the musty air only heightened my anxiety. Images of Melioras Village and everyone I loved flashed through my mind. Anne, Zach, Jake, all the witches and wizards who could become targets if this curse, or whatever it was, wasn't resolved. My hand tightened on my phone when I considered the real risks of exploring the passageway versus the stakes of not doing so. With one last look back at the safety of the estate's living room, I steeled myself and stepped into the darkness. As the shadows surrounded me, I whispered a quiet prayer to whoever might be listening. Guide me, protect me, and let me find the truth. Please, I added, just in case, because you never knew. I wandered slowly through the inky depths, letting my fingers trail along the rough wall. So far, so good, I thought. As my phone light swept across the rough stone walls of the passageway, something caught my eye. A small, pale rectangle wedged into a narrow crevice. I stepped closer, my pulse quickening, when I realized it was a slip of paper, yellowed with age, but still intact. What drew my attention even more was the slight, almost imperceptible movement of the paper's edge. It fluttered gently, as if stirred by a breath I couldn't feel. Althea's breath, I wondered. Okay, get a grip, Molly, I whispered. There were no breathing ghosts in here. I pulled on it gently, worried I might damage it. It was indeed a piece of paper, a scrap really, that had been torn from something. It looked like part of the picture from my vision. At least, I thought so. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell exactly what the picture showed, though. As my fingers traced the faded and obscure image drawn on the weathered scrap, a rush of other images flooded my mind, plunging me into a swirling mix of memories, not my own. Flickering scenes danced before me. A woman's trembling hands sketching by candlelight, tears falling onto parchment. A sense of desperate urgency mingled with profound, what? Love? Betrayal? Even violence? It wasn't clear. The images were frustratingly blurry, as they often were, like trying to watch a movie through frosted glass. My senses tingled as waves of emotion washed over me. Fear, determination, and a deep, aching sadness that brought tears to my eyes, leaving me with the unshakable feeling that I just glimpsed a fraction of Althea's hidden truth. I had to get this in a better light so I could examine it closer. But just as I turned to leave, the opening slammed shut, startling me so that I dropped my phone. The light vanished, plunging the passageway into total darkness and trapping me within its inky depths. Chapter 9. No, no, no! I cried, dropping to my hands and knees on the cold, uneven dirt floor. The scent of damp, aged earth filled my nostrils as I crawled forward, my fingers scraping against rough dirt and stones. Every sound was amplified in the darkness: my ragged breathing, the rustle of my clothes, the skittering of what I hoped were just pebbles beneath my palms. Yuck! I didn't want to think about it. I swept my hands in wide arcs, feeling desperately for the smooth surface of my phone. The darkness pressed in on me as I fought against the rising panic in my chest. My fingers brushed against something soft. Was it a cobweb? Ew! I'm not sure what's worse, being trapped in here or touching something icky. I have serious issues with touching icky things. I know, that may be the least of my worries. Trapped in a pitch-black passageway, having no clue how to get out. But there could be all sorts of disgusting things in here. Snakes, rats, bugs. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I scolded myself. Stop thinking about it and find the phone. As loud as it sounded when it fell, I'd be lucky if it still worked at all. My imagination ran wild in the inky darkness, but I made sure I didn't drop the slip of paper I found in the wall. Come on, I whispered to myself, pushing forward. Where are you, phone? As if in answer to my plea, my knuckles knocked against something hard and rectangular. Relief washed over me as I grabbed my phone. Please, please, please work, I begged, even though I was sure it wouldn't. I pressed my thumb against the screen and nearly cried with relief when it glowed bright, and the wallpaper photo of Jake with his arms around Buster appeared. Oh, thank goodness! I breathed as relief flooded through me. There was a small crack in the corner of the screen, and a slight chip that would have to be repaired, assuming I could get out of here, of course. I scrambled back to the entrance, holding out the phone like a lifeline, its light revealing all the cobwebs I'd missed in my earlier panic. When I reached the door, I pressed my shoulder against it, the rough surface scraping against my skin through my thin workout shirt. I pushed with all my might, but the heavy door didn't so much as creak. It was like the house was determined to keep me trapped in here with its secrets. Or maybe Althea. The thought terrified me. I didn't know how to fight against a spirit. A wave of claustrophobia washed over me as the reality of my situation sank in. My breaths came in short, sharp gasps, echoing in the confined space. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool, damp air. I thought about pounding against the door and calling for help, but what good would that do? There was no one out there. My panic nearly exhausted me, and I slumped against the door, suddenly feeling ice cold. The joy of finding my phone had been quickly washed away by the realization that I was trapped. The heaviness of Althea's body being trapped in here for 300 years pressed in around me. I stared lovingly at the wallpaper on my phone, tracing my fingertip along the photo while my eyes filled with tears. Jake would wonder why I failed to pick him up from school. Buster would miss dinner and be convinced he was starving. I had to find a way out of here. Did I even have cell service? I had one iffy bar. Here goes nothing, I whispered. I pressed Tina's number, but it went nowhere. Fiddlesticks. As I pondered my impending death, I stared at the scrap of paper in my hands. Talk to me, I told it, hoping to get more insight, but it lay silent. Yet when I recalled how I saw it in the first place, my heart leapt with hope. It was fluttering. I may never have seen it if it hadn't been moving. And a breeze could mean an exit. I jumped to my feet, hoping I was right about the breeze, and slowly returned to the yawning darkness ahead. I inched my way down the tunnel, the beam from my phone sweeping across the walls, revealing glimpses of a hidden world. Who would put a passageway inside their home, and how would they use it? My imagination ran wild with all sorts of possibilities. What if they hid from the authorities in here? Smuggled illegal goods? Moved from one place to another undetected? My free hand trailed along the rough dirt wall, fingers catching on the occasional protrusion or dip. Every few feet, I paused, hoping to catch a hint of the breeze again. I held up the paper, but it stood still. Had I imagined it moving in the breeze before? I desperately hoped not. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the soft scuff of my shoes on the dusty floor and my anxiety-filled breaths. Shadows danced around the edge of my phone light, taking on shapes that my imagination twisted into all sorts of frightening things. I swallowed hard, trying to quell the rising panic in my chest. "Focus, Molly," I whispered to myself, my voice startlingly loud in the confined space. But just as I was about to give up, I saw a tiny shaft of light out of the corner of my eye. Was it my imagination? I looked again. Nothing. But when I took several more steps, I was sure I saw it again. Even more steps. Okay, now I know I wasn't imagining it. There was light ahead, light at the end of the tunnel. As I crept forward, my eyes fixed on the faint glimmer in the distance, the surge of hope quickening my steps. I swung my phone beam wildly as I moved, eager to discover where the other light came from. But just as I took my next step, instead of solid ground, my foot met empty air, and my stomach lurched as if I'd missed a step on a staircase. Adrenaline surged through my body, and with a startled gasp, I windmilled my arms, muscles straining as I fought for balance. I clutched my phone harder when it nearly slipped from my sweat-slicked palm while I teetered on the edge of the unseen drop-off. My instinctive backward jerk saved me from tumbling into the darkened void before me. As I stumbled back, my knees wobbled, and my legs trembled while I clutched at my chest, relieved that I didn't plummet into the ravine before me. Once I gathered my wits, I aimed my phone light down, even though I was almost afraid to look. How far did I almost plunge? 50 feet? 100 feet? Nope. Embarrassed by what I was certain was something like 1,000-foot drop-off was more like 2 feet. I laughed at myself when I realized certain death from falling off a cliff would have been a twisted ankle at worst. I shone my light around the area I'd found as I hopped down into what must be a root cellar. The small room had a damp, earthy scent that differed from the passageway. Thick wooden shelves lined the walls, while against one wall stood a sturdy workbench. But most importantly, on the other side of the room was a short set of wooden stairs leading to a door. Eureka! I dashed across the root cellar, prepared to race up the steps when I paused. Had I not learned my lesson? What if they were unsafe? I carefully placed a foot on the bottom step and tested it with some weight. While it was definitely old, it still felt sturdy. I allowed myself to put more and more weight on it, and it held. I did the same with the second step, and then the third. Phew! But just as I reached for the door, I wondered what I would do if it was locked from the outside. I would remain trapped. I reached for the door handle and held my breath. It moved. Yes! I shouted triumphantly. Finally, some good luck. I pushed open the heavy door, blinking as the bright sunlight hit my eyes. "Oh, thank goodness!" I exclaimed right before a man demanded, "What are you doing here?" Squinting up at the very large man in front of me, I was dismayed to see Sheriff Blake, hands on hips, glaring at me as usual. Maybe I was better off trapped in the tunnel? Chapter 10. Sheriff Blake. I blinked too many times while desperately trying to invent a good excuse. He narrowed his eyes at me and crossed his arms over his chest. Have I mentioned how he towers over me? As a werewolf, he was easily 6 feet 5 inches, which may be a conservative estimate. He was scary enough on a good day. I didn't want to think about a full moon night. I still couldn't believe my sister was dating him. She was engaged to his cousin, who was messing around with the young office intern, and that was bad enough. I seriously didn't know what was wrong with her. "I would ask you what you're doing here, but I already know," he sneered. I fidgeted with my hair, trying to avoid eye contact. Was he arresting me? I can explain, I blurted out. I just needed to check something for the real estate listing. You know it's still my responsibility to. Oh, save it, he grunted, interrupting me. I saw your car parked several houses away, and the lockbox hanging open on the front door. You obviously snuck in here looking for clues, despite my stating very clearly that you weren't to set foot on this property again until I give the all clear. Am I under arrest? I asked, as I discreetly tucked the paper fragment into my back pocket before he saw it and demanded I turn it over. He sighed heavily, shaking his head. Under normal circumstances, I'd love nothing more than to haul you down to the station and let you sit in lockup overnight. But I have bigger problems to deal with right now. What do you mean? This afternoon's storm wiped out the bridge between Melioras and a Porta. What? That was our only way out of town? No kidding. And now I have to spend extra time I don't have, escorting you from the property, which I don't appreciate. If I find you here again, I will arrest you. Clear? Crystal, I told him. The walk to my car was tense, filled with an awkward silence that neither of us was eager to break. About the bridge, I finally asked. Do you know when it might be operational again? Sheriff Blake's jaw tightened before he responded. Hard to say. The damage is extensive. Could be weeks, months, maybe longer. After a brief pause, he grunted. How's Zach doing? Any news from the hospital? His question caught me off guard, and my hand froze on the car door handle. Did he actually care? Nothing new, I responded with surprise. He's still in the ICU where they're running tests, but they don't know anything for certain. He nodded, but remained silent. Oh, the lockbox, I exclaimed, turning back to the house. Nothing doing, he said, throwing up his arm to prevent me from heading back. I'll lock up the house. Oh, okay, if you're sure. Oh, I'm sure. He glared down at me. Then, well, I'll be on my way. I meant it when I said if I see you back here before we release the crime scene, I'll arrest you, he repeated. Got it, I said before closing the door and eventually driving away. Dang it. Now that I knew for sure where the passageway led, I was more eager than ever to explore it some more. But that would obviously have to wait for now. I had to get home to study the drawing I found, and I needed to call Kimberly to see how Zach was doing. I hadn't heard anything new from her since she checked in with me this morning, which I'm taking as a sign she didn't know anything yet. I was glad the hospital was in Melioras Village, even though Zach and Kimberly live in Porta. But they won't be able to get back until they can repair the bridge, or at least build a temporary one. When I arrived home, Buster gleefully danced around me like always, whether I'd been gone for hours or simply took the trash out. Every moment away from us was excruciating, he told me, which made me feel bad for him when I left the house, but I did have to work after all. Between the dog food bills and what Jake ate, I definitely had to work. When I pointed out that Buster spent most of the day sleeping anyway, he told me he still appreciated having someone there while he slept. If it wasn't my kid making me feel guilty, it was my dog. I flattened the scrap of paper on the kitchen table and stared at it. I was still unable to make heads or tails of the drawing. I hoped that better light would make it clear, but if anything, it was less clear. Yet the reaction I had earlier when I first plucked it from the wall told me it belonged to Althea. But why couldn't my reading have told me where the diary was? My heart nearly stopped when my phone rang, and I saw it was Kimberly. What if Zach had taken a turn for the worse? Hey, Kimberly, I answered. Everything okay? There's been no change, she sighed. Phew. But now I have to find a hotel, because I can't get home with the bridge being washed out, and I really need to sleep. The doctor is worried about the stress and the baby, but every hotel and bed and breakfast in town is booked because they got grabbed up the second people realized they were stranded here. Do you know of any hotels nearby? I've called every place I could think of. Oh dear. I winced before the words came out of my mouth. But what else could I do? Turn away a pregnant woman? Jake's half-sibling? You're staying here, I told her, smacking my hand against my forehead. I hoped I didn't regret it. Chapter 11. Shaking my head in wonderment about the fact I had just invited my ex-husband's soon-to-be wife to stay with us, Kimberly was pregnant for Pete's sake. What the heck else could I do? I headed for the front door to see if the afternoon newspaper had anything new about what had been happening in Melioras. But the moment I stepped out the door, the burst of camera flashes and reporters shouting questions hit me like a physical blow. Where did these people come from? I was horrified to discover several eager faces and outstretched microphones pointed in my direction. What was happening? Ms. Fitzle, is it true you found a skeleton at a real estate listing? A woman in a crisp suit shouted, thrusting her microphone at me. How does this discovery affect your real estate business? Another voice called out. Do you believe the house is haunted? Didn't you find a body at a different listing of yours as well? Ms. Fitzle, are you doing this just for the attention? Does the skeleton belong to anyone you know? Is it true the bridge collapse was the work of a witch's curse? Should the public be worried about out-of-control witches? The questions came rapid fire, each one startling me more than the last. How did they know all of this? Where did they hear about the curse? What did they mean? Was I doing this for attention? Did they think I liked this? I gripped the doorframe, feeling exposed and unprepared. This was exactly the kind of attention I'd hoped to avoid. Should I talk to them? What would I say? As I struggled to form a response, my mind raced. No comment, was all I could think of as I reached down to snatch up the newspaper, which, thankfully, for once, was on the front porch where it was supposed to be. I could never count on the teenager who delivered it. The flower bed was his favorite spot to throw it, and I even found it on my roof once. After grabbing the newspaper, I ducked back inside and slammed the door in their faces. What a circus! And shouldn't my giant dog be chasing these people away? Nope. He was sound asleep on the couch. His massive form was sprawled out, taking up the entire piece of furniture, while his legs twitched sporadically as he chased imaginary squirrels through his dreams. Every now and then, a muffled woof escaped his jowls, followed by a contented snore. Some help you are, I complained. If I thought that reporters unexpectedly parked on my lawn was the worst of it, I was sadly mistaken. I opened the Melioras Village Times to find an unflattering picture of myself staring back at me from the front page. Real estate agent discovers second body, genuine discovery or publicity stunt. What? I shrieked so loudly that Buster snorted in his sleep and rolled over to his side. The picture was of Tina and me standing on the front porch of the Whispering Chinaberry Estate right after Sheriff Blake kicked us out. Tina, of course, looked perfect and radiant as always, while my hair looked like what my mother would have called a rat's nest. Considering I had just wrestled with a skeleton, how else was I supposed to look? One eye was open while the other was shut, and my mouth was hanging open mid-sentence. I swear they picked the worst photo they possibly could on purpose. I skimmed the article. In a shocking turn of events, local real estate agent Molly Fitzle has once again found herself at the center of a macabre discovery. Fitzle, who made headlines last year when she stumbled upon the body of her sister's ex-fiancé during a routine home showing, has now allegedly uncovered a centuries-old skeleton hidden within the walls of a historic property she was preparing to list. While police have confirmed the presence of human remains at the site, some in the community are raising eyebrows at Fitzle's repeated involvement in such grisly finds. It's starting to seem a bit convenient, remarked an anonymous colleague. Gee, who could that be? I scowled at the article. First her sister's ex, now this. Is she really just that unlucky, or is there more to the story? The anonymous colleague added. Regardless of the circumstances, this latest discovery has certainly put Melioras Village back on the map, with historians and ghost-hunting tourists already planning to flock to the area. As the investigation continues, one can't help but wonder, is Molly Fitzle genuinely cursed with bad luck, blessed with a sixth sense, or simply an expert at generating publicity? Only time will tell. Oh dear, Mr. Lang won't be happy about this. Leon Lang was my boss, and the last time I found a body, the real estate board suspended my brand new license because of my personal connection to it. Considering the skeleton had no relation to me, they better not even consider it this time. And, as if that weren't bad enough, next to that article was a tiny paragraph. Ancient witch's curse brings modern-day woes. Uh-oh. A prickling sensation ran through me. I didn't like the looks of this one bit. In a twist that seems straight out of a Gothic novel, recent severe weather events in Melioras Village may be linked to a centuries-old curse, according to sources close to the investigation. An anonymous insider revealed that the curse, allegedly cast by a witch who lived in the 1700s, seeks to wreak havoc in Melioras as payback. Local authorities refused to comment. I was simultaneously seething over the first article and scared about the second one when the doorbell rang. Blast these reporters! I flung open the door and shouted, "I told you no comment!" in Kimberly's face. "I'm sorry," she asked as I glared at the reporters behind her. "Sorry about that," I exclaimed, grabbing her arm and pulling her into the house while the reporters fired off a fresh round of questions, which I answered by slamming the door again. "What on earth was that all about?" she asked. I held up the newspaper as an answer. "Oh dear, that was really rude of them," she said. "And I don't know how to get rid of them," I told her, gesturing outside. "Do you think the police would kick them out?" I asked, although given my relationship with the sheriff's department and Sheriff Blake, and the fact he just caught me trespassing at the crime scene, I didn't think they'd be happy to get a call from me. "You have a sprinkler system, don't you?" Kimberly asked. "As a matter of fact, I do," I told her. "Why didn't I think of that?" "You have a lot on your plate these days," she said kindly. "This should be fun," I told her as I hurried over to the sprinkler box. I set the system to run and sprinted back to the front window. "Enjoy the show," I told her as we waited for the sprinklers to kick in. The moment the first spray of water rose through the air, the crowd of reporters erupted into chaos. They shrieked in surprise and dismay while scrambling to protect their expensive camera equipment and perfectly coiffed hair. Kimberly and I watched, shrieking with laughter in what I would wager was the best laugh either of us had in a while. "Isn't that Veronica Mills from Channel 5? She asked, as Veronica's expensive blowout was reduced to a dripping mess. I pointed out the rotund form of Robert Grange from the Melioras Gazette as he slipped spectacularly on the wet grass, his arms pinwheeling while he fought for balance before landing with a squelch in my flower bed. In a matter of seconds, my front lawn transformed from a media circus to a comical scene of flailing arms and soggy notepads, with reporters slipping and sliding on the wet grass as they retreated to drier ground. "Thanks for that," I told Kimberly. "Any time," she said. As the last bedraggled reporter sloshed off the lawn, our laughter slowly subsided, leaving behind a bond of shared mischief, even if it was just for a moment. We grinned at each other, united in triumph over the nosy reporters. But then, as if on cue, we seemed to remember that I was the ex-wife, and she was the current pregnant fiancée, and our silence stretched uncomfortably as we both searched for what to say next. "Thank you for letting me stay here. You didn't have to do that, you know." Kimberly wore a navy blue blazer over a soft emerald green blouse that perfectly complemented her hazel eyes and shiny, rich chestnut brown hair that fell in soft waves just below her shoulders. I couldn't help but think she wouldn't be wearing those jeans and ankle boots for much longer. Soon, it would be too impractical with the pregnancy. I shrugged. "You're about to become Jake's stepmom. We should be nice to each other, for Jake's sake." "I agree," she nodded. "Come on, I'll show you the guest room." Buster, who just now realized we had company, finally perked up, dragged himself off the couch in an obvious display of chagrin that his nap had been interrupted, and followed us. "They could have at least used a better picture of you for the paper. That's just insulting," Kimberly said. "Right?" I responded. "Jake told me you found a skeleton at your new listing. That must have been pretty scary." "Confusing, mostly. although it's what the skeleton might represent that scares me. I just realized that I haven't had a chance to discuss this with you because I don't want Jake to know about it. Not yet, anyway. Why? What's up? Kimberly asked as I led her to the guest room. The skeleton may have something to do with why Zach is sick, I said slowly, not wanting her to freak out too much. She was a non-magical who was marrying into a very magical family, and although she was obviously fine with that, I didn't want her to endure our wackiness all at once. Do you mind if I sit down for this? She asked. I swear these days, I can't stand for more than 10 minutes without getting exhausted. Let's go to the kitchen, I suggested. I'll make you a cup of tea and explain everything. Tea would be wonderful. I've had nothing but what's available in the hospital cafeteria, and they don't have… Rooibos tea? I said. Yes! How did you know? I drank it by the bucket when I was pregnant with Jake. I'm convinced he was the one craving it. I would have brought some with me when Zach was first hospitalized, but I never anticipated that we'd still be here, and now, with the bridge being washed out, who knows when I'll get home? Kimberly sighed with relief when she sat at the kitchen table while I busied myself with making tea and explaining the curse. But I think I scared her, because she got paler with each word. So you believe Zach is cursed? Is there a cure? I don't know. If this really is part of Althea Birdwood's doing, I have to find that diary and hope the cure is in it, like Professor Hargrove thinks, and that we can cure it, of course. Wow, that's a lot of ifs. I know. I nodded sympathetically. And then, oops, hang on. That's Jake's school calling. I hope everything is okay. This is Molly Fitzle, I answered. Hi, Ms. Fitzle. This is Suzanne Birch from Petermore Academy, and I'm calling to let you know that Jake isn't feeling well. I'll be right there, I told her. What is it, Molly? Kimberly asked. Is something wrong? That was the nurse at Jake's school, I explained, choking back the tears and sudden terror that threatened to overwhelm me. He's sick. Chapter 12. Oh no, he isn't coming down with a cold, is he? I've heard it's going a-row. The moment she recalled what I had just explained to her, she froze. You don't think… I have to go get him. Okay, if I come with? She asked. Sure. I nodded. I'm not sure how Kimberly basically just became a friend, but I could use one right now. If I had Tina with me, she'd keep me calm. What's wrong, Molly? Buster asked, obviously sensing my distress. He lifted his large head up from his nap. Jake's school just called. He's sick. Oh dear, I'm coming with you, he insisted. Let's go. I waved at him. We scurried out the door and piled into my SUV, where I opened the sunroof so Buster could stick his head out, which never failed to attract curious and delighted onlookers. Kimberly glanced in the back seat and tried her best not to look horrified at the enormous talking dog with his head poking out the roof and taking up almost the entire back seat. She better get used to bizarre stuff like this now, that's for sure. I maintained an iron grip on the steering wheel, my eyes darting between the road and the clock on the dashboard. Each minute stretched endlessly as I navigated the familiar streets of Melioras Village. The call from the school nurse replayed in my head like a broken record. Jake was sick, running a fever, complaining of dizziness. What if the curse has gotten to him like it did Zach? My heart clenched with fear as I imagined my vibrant, energetic son reduced to the pale shadow Zach had become. I tried rationalizing the matter. I told myself it could just be a little cold. Kimberly said a cold bug was going around, but the nagging voice of maternal intuition wouldn't be silenced. As I turned the corner onto the school street, my throat tightened with unshed tears. I silently pleaded, "Not Jake, please, not my little boy." If it was the curse, it had already wreaked so much havoc in our quiet village, I couldn't bear the thought of it claiming Jake. I pulled into the school parking lot, steeling myself for what I might find. "Molly," Kimberly whispered, her hand gently resting on my arm. "He's going to be okay. I just know it." I nodded silently, biting my lip. If I opened my mouth to talk, even a little, I'd start crying and never stop. Steeling myself for what I had to face, I took a deep breath and marched into the school. "Hey, Mom!" Jake said the moment I entered the nurse's office, so he hadn't collapsed like Zach. I took that as a good sign. "Hey, buddy, how are you feeling?" I asked, pressing my hand to his forehead to check how warm he was. "I'm not feeling all that bad," he insisted. "Cool, you brought Buster," he exclaimed as I whirled around to find Buster had followed us into the school. I was so distracted, I assumed Kimberly and Buster would wait in the car. I told him he should stay in the car, but he insisted he come with us, Kimberly said apologetically. "Hey there, little man," Buster said, wagging his enormous tail so hard against the desk it sounded like a sledgehammer. He gave Jake a big slobbery kiss, but just as the school nurse, who stepped in to see what all the racket was, opened her mouth to protest the presence of a giant canine in her office, Buster said, "I was worried about you." If I hadn't been so worried about Jake myself, I would have laughed out loud at the way her mouth snapped shut, then opened again, then snapped shut, like she was trying to comment but couldn't get sound to come out. She decided instead to slowly back from the room, no doubt planning to sterilize the entire wing after we left, and then maybe pour herself a shot of bourbon for good measure. "I'm taking you right to the hospital," I told him, feeling his forehead again, which was warm but thankfully not burning up. "Hospital?" Jake yelped. "I don't need the hospital. Oh, but I want to see Dad." "We'll see your dad and get you checked out." After we left the room, we met the nurse out front, where she read from a list of his symptoms. When I checked him about 10 minutes ago, he had a fever of 99.8, so not alarmingly high, but he told the gym teacher he got dizzy while they were playing dodgeball. "Is that true?" I asked Jake. "I wasn't that dizzy," he insisted. "Just a little." "I'd say any dizzy is too much. You're getting checked out by the doctors." While we were leaving the school, I could have sworn I heard the nurse mutter, "I don't get paid enough for this." "You and me both, lady." As we drove to the hospital, with Jake squeezed into the back seat with Buster, I struggled with a mix of worry and hope. Worry for Jake's health, and hope that Zach might be showing signs of improvement. The car was unusually quiet, the weight of our concerns hanging heavy in the air, until Jake suddenly leaned forward, his eyes widening as if it just dawned on him. "Wait, Kimberly, when did you get here?" Kimberly and I nearly laughed at his surprise. "The bridge to Alaterra Porta was washed out this afternoon, so I can't get home. But your mom was generous enough to invite me to stay with you until I can." "Cool." Jake nodded. Once we arrived at the hospital, I told the receptionist at the front desk that we needed to see Zach Fitzle's doctor immediately. When I explained that Jake was feeling unwell and I was concerned that it was too similar to what Zach had, they checked him in right away. The doctor was worried, however, that because they still didn't know what was wrong with Zach, they should examine Jake out of an abundance of caution. This time, I thought to tell Buster he had to wait in the car. Thankfully, it was a mild day, so he'd be fine. He'd just sleep anyway. I assured him that if it rained, he could come get me, or that, yes, as he proposed, in the event of a zombie attack. I really needed to keep a closer eye on what he and Jake were watching on TV. Kimberly headed up to the third floor to see Zach, and I settled in with a stack of outdated magazines in the main floor waiting area. Finally, after an hour of pacing in the waiting room, where I nearly lost my mind with worry, I sprang to my feet as soon as I saw the doctor approach, my nerves ready to take over again. "How is he? What's wrong with Jake?" I asked, barely able to keep my voice steady. The doctor's expression was a mix of reassurance and puzzlement. "Ms. Fitzle, other than a low-grade fever and slight cough, Jake is doing well, but I have to be honest with you. We're not entirely sure what's causing his symptoms. For now, I think we should treat this as a cold or slight flu." My stomach dropped. "Is it possible it's the same illness his father has?" He nodded slowly. "There are some similarities to Mr. Fitzle's case, yes. Tired, low-grade fever, dizziness, but Jake's symptoms are far milder." I swallowed hard, trying to process this information. "So what do we do?" "At this point," the doctor said, his tone careful, "I think the best course of action is to take Jake home, make sure he gets plenty of rest and fluids, and monitor his condition. But what if it gets worse? I couldn't keep the fear out of my voice. If anything changes, if his fever spikes, if he experiences any new symptoms, anything at all that concerns you, call the hospital immediately. And you truly think it's okay to take him home? Yes, I do, he affirmed. Jake's not nearly as bad off as your ex-husband was when he first came in. I think resting in his own bed, surrounded by familiar things, might do him a world of good. Sometimes the body just needs time to fight off whatever's attacking it. I took a deep breath and nodded. I still didn't want this to be the curse, and I prayed it was just a spring cold. But try as I might, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the curse was real, and it had Zach and now Jake in its grip. Jake will be right out, he told me. And Miss Fitzle, try not to worry too much. Kids are resilient, and we're here if you need us. I managed a weak smile. Thank you. Shortly after that, Jake appeared, looking slightly paler than when he went in. I hoped he was just tired and needed a nap. All set? I asked. Can we go see Dad? Sure, but maybe avoid getting too close to him if you do have a cold, I suggested, still knowing deep down, even if I was still loath to admit it, that this was no cold, and germs didn't matter. We need to see if Kimberly is ready to go, too. We headed to the third floor and found Kimberly, where I had seen her last time. She was waiting outside Zach's room, hoping for an update from the doctor. Any news? I asked. Nothing, she shook her head. The doctor is supposed to be here shortly, though. How's he doing? I said, peeking through the window into his room, where the sight of him lying in bed, motionless while machines blinked and beeped, clutched at my heart. What if Jake got worse, and that was him in a few days, lying in a hospital bed, unresponsive and hooked up to machines? The thought roiled my stomach so much that, for a moment, I thought I was going to throw up. Why don't you go in and see your dad while we wait for the doctor? Try not to get too close, okay? Jake nodded solemnly and disappeared into the room to talk to his dad. I gave Kimberly a small smile while we continued to wait. I couldn't believe we were even here. I could barely wrap my mind around how drastically things had changed within a few days. One moment, I was excited about my new listing and dreading Zach's wedding to Kimberly, and now, supposedly because of some curse, Zach was hospitalized. The doctors were baffled, and Jake was showing similar signs of illness, and I was helpless to understand any of it. The weight of it all pressed down on me, threatening to crush my spirit. The unfairness made me want to scream. Althea's curse, a thing of the past, a piece of local lore, had suddenly become all too real, reaching through time to strike at the very heart of my family. I realized with a chill that I was the only one left standing between my family and this insidious curse. Somehow, I had to find a way to break it before it was too late. Hey, Molly, Kimberly asked, tears swimming in her eyes. You said the curse is aimed at the Pritchards and their descendants? From what I understand, yes. Doesn't that mean my baby is at risk? Chapter 13. In all the recent chaos, I somehow overlooked that Kimberly was carrying a descendant of the Pritchard family. How could I answer her? I so badly wanted to lie, but I doubted she'd believe me. Yes, I imagine that's possible, I told her, which means we have to work harder than ever to break the curse. Whatever you need, count me in, she responded somberly. At least she wasn't panicking, because I didn't know how I'd handle it if she panicked. It was bad enough that I had to worry about Zach and Jake, and now I had to worry about Jake's unborn sibling. This just got messier and messier. I reluctantly admitted to myself that I was impressed by Kimberly's strength. Not something I would have expected from someone so young. Have I told you how much I appreciate this? You're going above and beyond by helping me, you know, she said. You're welcome, I told her, because I couldn't think of anything more to say. I was going above and beyond, but I couldn't turn her away. She could go to her own home if the bridge hadn't been wiped out. Or even if she'd gotten a hotel room, I would have been relieved. I wasn't a saint, after all, but I couldn't in good conscience turn her away when she needed us. Molly, she continued, placing her hand on my arm, I hope you know that Zach and I were never involved before you got divorced. It's not something either of us would have considered. I appreciate that, I told her. I remembered when Zach first said he and Kimberly were dating, which was about 5 seconds after we filed the divorce papers. I tried reading him to see if he was lying about the timing, but of course, he blocked me. But I appreciated her confirming what Zach had said. Dr. Adair, I exclaimed when we saw him coming down the hall. Anything new? I bit my lip when I realized Kimberly should probably be the one asking. I tried not to overstep my bounds here, but considering Jake may be suffering from the same curse, I felt like I had a right to know. I'm sorry. He shook his head. We don't have the answers you're looking for yet, but I promise you, we're doing everything possible to solve this puzzle. Can you at least tell us if he's improved at all? Kimberly implored. I wish I could, but if anything, he's gotten a little worse. When Kimberly let out a sob, I put my arm around her. For a brief moment, I finally considered telling him that we believed Zach was under a witch's curse, but I didn't see how it would do any good. If anything, I was worried they might give up. Even though it was on me to try and crack the curse, if somehow this doctor could cure Zach through conventional medicine, we wouldn't have to find the diary. Or at least, it wouldn't be as urgent. After Dr. Adair left, I turned to Kimberly, who I could tell would insist on staying at the hospital. You have to keep yourself and the baby healthy, which means you're coming home with us now. You'll eat a nutritious dinner and get a good night's rest. Meanwhile, I'll invite my sister and Tina over to discuss this further. Who knows, maybe Anne will have an elixir from her potion shop that could help Zach or Jake. She may even have something for you too. I assume it wouldn't hurt to keep your immune system strong right now. On top of everything else, we don't need you catching a cold, which is another good reason for you not to hang out here at the hospital so much. Okay, you're probably right, Kimberly reluctantly agreed. Once Jake finally rejoined us, we slowly headed to the elevators. I suppose we should get something more nutritious than pizza for dinner, I suggested. Mom, I want pizza, Jake whined. We can't eat pizza every night, I reminded him. It's your house. Whatever you want to order is fine with me, Kimberly insisted. Pizza truly was the easiest. I know, I was a bad mother. We just had pizza. It's just that it was easier to order and came with almost zero cleanup. I guess if I were more inspired, I'd actually go home and cook something, but this mother was exhausted, and the last thing I wanted to do was cook. Maybe we could get pizza and salad. That was nutritious, right? Just as I convinced myself I had everything under control, the elevator doors dinged open, and pure chaos greeted us. What the heck? I muttered when I heard someone shouting, Everyone calm down! I've got this handled. A small crowd had gathered, and they all talked at once in excited, high-pitched voices. I couldn't imagine what had everyone so wound up. I hoped it wasn't another crisis we'd all have to deal with. What if it was another tornado? We headed down the hallway toward the noise and immediately discovered it wasn't a tornado. Not the kind I was thinking of anyway. It was a distraught Buster in the lobby shouting, Molly! Jake! Where are you? While a lot of perplexed people scrambled this way and that. Some tried approaching him, but he kept backing up and barking. Others had their phones out and were recording the drama. One man kept shouting, Call the police! Call animal management! Call a veterinarian! Buster! I exclaimed. We're right here! Oh, thank goodness! He cried, jumping up and down while his massive frame vibrated joyfully. He wagged his tail so hard it sent a potted plant by the entrance flying, with a booming woof that echoed through the lobby, making everyone in the vicinity jump. He launched himself in my direction, galloping as only a colossal dog could. All arms and legs and elbows and knees going this way and that, forcing people to scramble out of his way. I braced myself as he reached me, his paws landing on my shoulders as he towered over me and nearly knocked me down. He attempted to lick my face while I tried to dodge his giant tongue and slobber. You've been gone for days, Buster shouted, while the witnesses who were gathered laughed nervously at the spectacle before them. One woman even glared at me as if she couldn't believe I would abandon my dog for days. I have not been gone for days, I responded indignantly. We've been in here for all of— I glanced down at my watch. 2 hours. Well, it felt like days, Buster responded, and I can't remember the last time I ate. Meanwhile, more and more people seemed to accept the idea of a talking dog, but were horrified at the thought of me abandoning him and leaving him to starve. Let's go before we embarrass ourselves any further, I told my crew as I hurried them out the door. Oh, can we stop at the coffee shop for a cup of whipped cream? Buster begged. Instead of stopping for pizza or cooking dinner at home, we stopped at Tony's Italian restaurant for pasta and salads. Yes, Buster got his whipped cream. I ordered a side salad for everyone, which made me feel a bit better. Meanwhile, I texted Anne and Tina and asked them to come over after dinner to discuss the latest news and plan how to locate the diary. They arrived just as we were cleaning up from dinner. Jake wasn't very hungry, but I urged him to eat at least a little pasta and a few bites of salad to keep up his strength. After that, he went to bed, and I promised to check in on him later. I was convinced he'd gotten even paler since we left the hospital, but his fever was down just a bit. I was worried that I should have insisted they admit him to the hospital, but the doctor was probably right. He'd be more comfortable at home. Truthfully, I was on the verge of sheer panic, but I didn't want to scare Jake, and it was crucial that I kept my wits about me in order to find the diary. I warned my sister and Tina in advance that I invited Kimberly to stay at my house. I didn't need them wondering out loud about why she was here. I could just picture Anne pointing at her accusingly and asking, "What do you think you're doing here?" I led Anne and Tina into the kitchen, where Kimberly was waiting at the table, sipping a mug of tea. The moment they stepped into the room, their eyes immediately landed on her sitting at the table with her manicured nails wrapped around the steaming ceramic mug. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees as my sister and friend exchanged a quick glance with each other, their lips pressing into thin lines, their shoulders tensing, but thankfully they kept their thoughts to themselves, instead offering terse nods of acknowledgement at Kimberly. "Let's sit in the living room where we can spread out and be more comfortable," I suggested. I needed my guests to be as relaxed as possible before I gave them a recap of everything they missed out on. When I told them Jake got sick at school, Tina gasped in horror and Anne teared up. I know, and believe me, I'm terrified. I spoke softly, not wanting to wake Jake up. But we have to focus and find the diary. Anne, I know this is a long shot, but could you work on some kind of potion? I doubt you'll find one that could break a centuries-old curse, but maybe something that would slow it down. Absolutely, she nodded vigorously. And do you have something safe for a mom-to-be that would bolster her immune system? Anne glanced at Kimberly, who gave her a shy smile, which seemed to soften Anne's stance just a bit. I do, actually. I'll drop it off tomorrow. Thank you, Kimberly said. I haven't had a chance to tell either of you. I nodded at Tina and Anne. But after I left Hargrove's office earlier today and was heading back to my car in the middle of another storm, I saw Althea again. At least I think it was her. Well, her ghost, obviously. Did she say anything? Tina asked. No, she just stood there. I keep hoping that, like the previous spirit encounter, she'll say something, but it was in the distance, so— I trailed off. I still didn't quite know what to make of the sightings. I cringed when the doorbell rang. Those darn reporters, I growled, leaping from my seat and marching to the door, fully prepared to tell them all right where to go. You go, girl! Anne shouted, while Kimberly recounted our afternoon of turning the sprinklers on them. Professor Hargrove, I exclaimed in surprise when I threw open the door. Hello, Molly. I hope I didn't come at a bad time, he said, noticing the women in my living room. Not at all, I told him. We thought you were a nosy reporter, and I was about to tell you off. I laughed at the thought of telling this quiet man off. He'd probably take off running and never return. Oh dear, he tisked. That bad, huh? You can't imagine, I told him. Actually, I have information. You do? You found the diary? I asked excitedly. No, unfortunately, it isn't that. but I've been researching anomalies in Melioras' history that I'm certain are related to Althea's curse. Oh, that could be helpful. Please have a seat, Professor. Would you like some tea? That would be lovely, thank you, he said nervously, staring at the women gathered. Where should I sit? He stammered. Anne, go get an extra chair for the professor, I ordered. Poor guy looked positively terrified at the thought of asking one of these women for a place to sit. I didn't blame him the way they were all gawking at him. I have something new for you too, Professor, I said after putting a pot of water on to boil. I went back to the Chinaberry Estate. Oh, wonderful, he exclaimed. It's no longer a crime scene? No, not exactly. Then how did you get in? I snuck in, I said. Oh my, he uttered, looking uncomfortable. And I reopened the passageway. What did you see? His eyes lit up. Anything interesting? I found this, I told him, showing him the scrap of paper. It makes no sense to me, because I can't tell what the picture symbolizes, but it's important. Could it be a map? He asked. What makes you think that? I watched over his shoulder, still not quite seeing it. It resembles some sort of building, he explained, turning it this way and that. But what building? I couldn't tell you that. It appears to have been drawn rather hastily. If we had the rest of this, it might be clearer. I suppose. So, what did your research tell you? I asked, putting the scrap of paper aside. Throughout Melioras history, there have been documented incidents of bizarre weather patterns resulting in tragedy, people and homes swept away by floods, vicious tornadoes. Oliver told us about a tornado in 1811, Anne reminded us. Yes, I read about that, and I believe that was the work of Althea's curse. What else did you learn? I pressed him. Mind you, I don't wish to alarm anyone here, but there have been cases of terminal illnesses that came on suddenly affecting only certain people, but always victims within the same family, and after several of them, pass. It stops for a period, and it doesn't appear to be a transmissible disease. Kimberly bit her lip and slid her hand over her stomach, and I could tell she was trying not to cry. It was all I could do to keep from running upstairs, grabbing Jake and never letting go. Again, please forgive me if I've frightened you. It's just that I feel it's imperative I let you know, and that you locate that diary, assuming that it contains the method for breaking this wretched curse, of course. After that, the room fell gravely silent. He was right. His research proved there was a curse, and I had to get my hands on the diary no matter what. Is there a distinct pattern? Anne asked, breaking the silence. Or does it simply show up from time to time? Do you think your discovering the skeleton triggered the curse this time? She nodded at me. No, I already thought of that, I said. But if you recall, the insane weather pattern started well before I found the skeleton. She's right, Buster chimed in. Remember the other day when you told me the storms had a sinister feel to them? I nodded, while Professor Hargrove looked downright alarmed at a dog staring at him and talking. I was so busy and distracted and tired of everything that I even let my guard down and allowed myself to read him for a moment. I got the most unusual blend of something like rainbows and daisies. He was probably the most mild-mannered person I'd ever read. I mean, most people have at least some dark thoughts. I half expected him to be thinking about what a bunch of ridiculous women we all were, but he wasn't. He was thinking about how nice we were, and that he hoped he hadn't frightened us too much, and that we located the diary soon. Now, I really felt bad for him, and I quickly cut myself off, feeling guilty for allowing myself to read him. It was such an invasion of privacy, and I tried extra hard not to do it, especially among people I didn't know all that well. I've found something! Oliver shouted, popping into the living room without a bit of notice, making us all jump, but Hargrove looked like he could faint. Oliver, I've told you at least 100 times not to pop in and shout like that unannounced. You could have given us all a heart attack. But this is more fun, he insisted. For you it is. And what do you mean you found something? Chapter 14. I talked to your friend Reginald. For a moment, I couldn't recall who Reginald was. The ghost at the Spooky Shanty Realty offices, he reminded me, rolling his eyes at my confusion. You know, where you're supposed to be working? Yes, of course. Hang on a second. What were you doing talking to Reginald? You asked him to report to you if he heard anything about the spirit you encountered. He's been trying to reach you, but you haven't been in the office. Oh dear. He was right. I hadn't been in the office lately. I forgot I talked to him about that. What did he tell you? Well, Oliver started, clearly enjoying having a living room full of people hanging on his every word. Reginald talked to Beatrice, who talked to Ambrose, who then talked to Ezra about the Chinaberry Estate and Althea Birdwood. Go on! Why must he always be so exasperating? Ezra said the rumor back in the day, although mind you, his memory isn't what it used to be. But the way he remembers it, Althea Birdwood fell in love with a non-magical, which infuriated her father. The father forbade the relationship and even threatened to kill Althea if it continued. He said it would bring disgrace to their family. And that family happened to be... He paused dramatically, looking at us as if he expected us to guess. Just tell us, Oliver, I bellowed. So suddenly, everyone jumped. I had run out of patience at this point. The Hathaways? Oliver responded smugly. Hathaway was one of the names on the list, I exclaimed. But wait, I thought her name was Birdwood. You're saying it's Hathaway? Anne asked. Hey, I just gathered the gossip. It's up to you to interpret it, Oliver said with another roll of his eyes. Just what we needed. More unanswered questions. Any additional gossip? I asked. Of course. Althea and her beau made plans to run away together. They were supposed to meet by the river, where Melioras connects to Alaterra Porta at midnight, but he never showed. Althea, heartbroken and full of rage, left their meeting spot and conjured the curse. But then why would she supposedly craft a counter-curse and put it in a diary and hide it? I responded, thoroughly puzzled. He didn't say. Oliver shrugged. So, is there even a diary? Or a cure? Or is it all made up? I shouted on the verge of hysterics. Has this all been for nothing? Molly, take a breath and calm down, Anne urged me. Don't forget, you found the scrap of paper in the passageway and had visions. Oliver just pointed out that this story is all something like fifth-hand gossip. Plus, it's hundreds of years old. You've come this far. You can't just assume it's all been for nothing based on some ghost gossip. Okay, you're right, I admitted, feeling a bit better. You know, when I was trapped in the passageway, I wondered if Althea's spirit did it. I felt like she was trying to keep me from getting to the diary. If there is one, of course, I added. It's been a really long day for all of us, Kimberly pointed out. Maybe we should at least try to get some rest and then go back to work on this first thing tomorrow. I agree, Professor Hargrove said. I know I think better when I've rested, and I have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow, so I must be going. But please, if I can be of any help to you lovely ladies, let me know. Professor Hargrove had been so quiet I almost forgot he was here. Thank you for everything, Professor, I said, showing him to the door. I'll call you when I get new information. And I'll do the same, he said on his way out. I don't know about you, I told the women gathered, but I'm more confused than ever. The following morning, I was convinced Jake was sicker, despite his claim that he felt fine. He even offered to go to school just to prove how good he felt, which told me he truly was sick. Normally, he loved a good excuse to take a day off, but he barely ate any breakfast, even though I offered to make him anything he wanted, hoping that would encourage him to eat, but he insisted he only wanted to nap. That's all he wanted to do since we got home from the hospital yesterday. His fever was 100 degrees, but when I called the doctor, he said to wait and, if it reached 101, bring him in right away. As much as I hated to admit it, Jake was getting worse, and we were no closer to solving any of this. We had more questions than answers. I had to do something quickly, but what? Meanwhile, My phone was acting glitchy, and the crack in the screen from dropping it in the passageway was growing bigger. I obviously couldn't be without a phone, so I went to get it repaired at Kimberly's insistence. She assured me she, Jake, and Buster would be fine at home, and she'd call immediately if there were any changes. I backed out of the driveway, while reporters in the street shouted the same questions they did yesterday. I didn't care about the, was I just doing this for publicity questions. That was the least of my worries at this point. But what really frightened me were the questions about the curse and modern-day witches. I seriously considered telling them there was no danger whatsoever from modern-day witches and wizards, and why don't they get a real job? Or at least investigate real news. But I ultimately decided that would only make things worse. The Fix-It phone lab was nestled between a discount shoe store and a sandwich shop in the Melioras Village Plaza Strip Mall. The shop had a large window display showcasing an array of smartphones and tablets arranged in a haphazard pattern. A neon sign above the door flickered with the words, "We fix it all," in bright blue and green. As I pushed open the glass door, a small bell chimed, announcing my arrival. The walls were lined with shelves displaying a dizzying variety of phone cases, chargers, and accessories in every color imaginable. Glass counters ran along both sides of the store, their surfaces dotted with demo phones and tablets for customers to try. "Welcome to Fix-It Phone Lab. How can I help you?" a young witch behind the counter asked me. "Hi there, I need to get my screen repaired. As soon as possible if you can," I begged politely. "Let me take a look at it," she said, holding out a hand with long, pointed, glossy black fingernails. I handed over my phone, and she bent over it, studying it carefully. Her hair was a vibrant swirl of teal and purple, styled in an undercut, the longer top portion gathered into intricate braids adorned with tiny silver charms that clinked softly as she moved. Tattoos snaked up her arms, a mesmerizing blend of mystical symbols, culminating in a large, intricately detailed moon phase design on her left shoulder, visible beneath the strap of her tank top. "No problem, I can do this pretty quick. You want to wait?" "Yes, please," I told her. "You a witch?" she asked as she got straight to work. "No, but my son is a wizard. Why?" "You gotta be careful out there these days. At least until some of this dies down, you know?" "Until what dies down?" I asked. "What do you mean until what dies down? Where have you been lately?" "Well, I've been kind of busy," I explained. I'm not sure she'd believe me if I told her. "Them non-magicals are getting antsy as heck. Had a guy in here yesterday complaining about the weather and the problems with the bridge being out. He said he read in the newspaper that it was all some witch's fault. But it was hundreds of years ago," I pointed out. If she wondered why I knew that part, she didn't say. "Said it didn't matter no how, and that they're planning to talk to the folks at City Hall about cracking down on paranormal activity, and if they refused to listen, they'd take matters into their own hands." Before I could respond, she looked up and smiled. "All done," she said, handing me the phone. "Wow, thanks. That was fast." After I paid her for fixing the phone, in addition to a big tip for doing it so fast, I hurried out the door to call Tina. "I need to see the skeleton again," I told her. "You want to see if you can get a reading, don't you?" I nodded at the phone. "Yes, I think it's worth a shot. This situation is getting worse by the moment." "Shouldn't we call Dr. Thorne first and ask?" Tina suggested. I suspect I know what her answer would be. "Oh, are you suggesting we break into the lab?" she asked, a little too enthusiastically. "No. The sheriff would love an excuse to arrest me. I thought we should just walk into the lab and with a pixie by my side." "Good thinking, friend. I'm at the office right now." "I'll pick you up in a few minutes," I told her. Chapter 15. I was surprised, yet grateful, that the drive to Dr. Thorne's lab was uneventful. No reporters, no non-magicals complaining about the weather, and no bizarre storms kicking up without warning. As we pulled into the parking lot, we plotted ways to get into the building, considering we had no idea how secure it might be. I was beginning to think we should have planned this out better. For all I knew, They had our pictures at the front desk, with orders to call the sheriff's department the moment they laid eyes on us. Instead, we approached the front desk on the main floor without incident. Was this a sign? Were things finally looking up for us? "You go first," I whispered to Tina out of the side of my mouth. If I was going to use a pixie to get what I wanted, I might as well start now. "Good idea," Tina whispered back and proceeded to flutter her wings at the receptionist, who quickly and easily told us that Dr. Thorne's laboratory was in the basement and that we could take the stairs located to our left. At the bottom of the stairs was a set of sliding glass doors and the names of 3 doctors etched on the glass. Thankfully, one of them was Dr. Thorne's. It seemed awfully quiet, though, for the middle of the afternoon. Maybe scientists kept weird hours? Once we stepped through the sliding glass doors of the forensics lab, I continued to be thrown off by how eerily quiet everything was. The cool air and sharp antiseptic scent made me wrinkle my nose, while harsh fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, illuminating a space that looked like a scene from a medical drama on TV. Sleek metal tables lined the room, each bearing an array of equipment I couldn't even begin to name. Was that a centrifuge or some kind of high-tech blender? A bank of computer monitors hummed softly along one wall, their screens displaying a dizzying array of charts and data. What caught my eye, though, was the large examination table in the center of the room. There, carefully laid out with precision, was a skeleton. The handwritten card at the end of the table read Althea Birdwood. I suddenly felt cold, but I didn't understand why. Something was amiss. There was a dark energy in this room that left me feeling strangely uncomfortable. "Dr. Thorne?" I called out softly. "Molly," Tina whispered, her voice tight, as she grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "Do you feel that?" I nodded, swallowing hard. "I do. It's like walking into a cloud of dread. There's a dark presence here." "Could it be Althea's skeleton?" Tina asked, her eyes darting around the room nervously. I shook my head, though I wasn't entirely sure. "I don't think so. This feels fresher somehow, if that makes sense. More recent." I took a deep breath, trying to center myself. Althea's energy, if there was any left, would be old, faded. This feels sharp, almost new. Tina shuddered beside me. "You don't think," she gulped, "something bad happened here, do you? In the lab?" "Dr. Thorne?" I called out again, but no answer. "I'm not sure this was our best idea. Why is no one here?" Tina said. "I really don't know, but considering Althea's skeleton is right here and we're running out of time, we need to see this through. Just keep your eyes on our ultimate goal." I tried to reassure her. "You're right, but can we hurry it up, though? I really have a bad feeling about this place." "What if I mess something up, though?" I countered, having a sudden attack of nerves. "I still say we should wait for Dr. Thorne." "What will you mess up by touching a pile of old bones?" "I don't know, fingerprints or something?" "Girl, this place is freaking me out. Just rest your hand here, very lightly. That will still work, won't it?" I looked around, still wondering where Dr. Thorne was, but decided I might as well try. What if Dr. Thorne came back and called Sheriff Blake and we got arrested? Our conversation when he caught me coming out of the estate's root cellar refreshed in my memory. "You're right, let's just get this over with." With a trembling finger and pulse sprinting so hard, I was sure Tina could hear it in the quiet lab. I extended my hand toward the skeleton, gently placing my fingertip against Althea's right kneecap. I held my breath and waited. Nothing. Tina stared at me expectantly, her wings aflutter. I pulled my hand back, but then placed it on the skeleton again, using a firmer touch. Still nothing. I shook my head sadly. "I get nothing." "Are you absolutely certain?" Tina asked. I shrugged. "Not even a little buzz." "What next?" she said. "Maybe we should wait for Dr. Thorne to return. Perhaps she could at least tell us something more about Althea's remains," I offered, right before Tina grabbed my arm again. Molly," she said, pointing to the corner of the lab. "What is it?" I asked, following her finger. That's when I saw it. A flash of white on the floor behind a large examining table. Oh dear, I breathed, rushing forward. As I rounded the table, my worst fears were confirmed. Dr. Thorne lay sprawled on the floor, her lab coat askew, a nasty gash on her forehead. "Tina, call 911!" I commanded, dropping to my knees beside Dr. Thorne. I reached out to check for a pulse, hoping against hope I could find one. The moment seemed to stretch into eternity before I felt it. Faint, but definitely there. She was alive. "She's alive!" I called out to Tina, who was frantically speaking into her phone. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a wave of questions. What had happened here? Who could have done this? This explained the dark presence we sensed when we came in. "Dr. Thorne, it's okay. Help is on the way." The gash on her forehead looked bad. I hoped it wasn't life-threatening. Her eyelids fluttered, and a low groan escaped her lips. "Dr. Thorne, can you hear me? It's Molly Fitzle," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and steady. "Do you know who did this to you?" "Bird," she moaned. At least, that's what I thought she said. "Don't worry, the bones are still here." Did someone try to steal Althea's skeleton? But who? Thrill seeker? True crime fan? "Bird," she whispered again, her voice so hoarse and weak I could barely hear her. "Why does she keep saying bird?" Tina whispered. I shrugged. I had no idea. "Birdwood? As in Althea Birdwood?" Tina suggested. "She thinks Althea hit her?" I asked, as we both looked over at the skeleton. "It is Melioras Village, after all." The head wound must have been worse than it looked. "Don't try to move," I advised, hearing sirens in the distance. "Help is on the way." Tina hovered beside us, her face pale. "The ambulance will be here any second." The moment she said that, we heard the wail of sirens drawing closer. "I'll show them where to go," Tina announced before zooming out of the lab. "Good idea." I nodded gravely. I stayed crouched on the floor next to Dr. Thorne, murmuring what I hoped were comforting and reassuring words. I still couldn't believe this happened. To say that Sheriff Blake was displeased to see me in the lab, leaning over Dr. Thorne, was a massive understatement. I fully expected him to arrest me like he promised to do when he found me at the estate, and I wondered if I could beg him to leave Tina out of it. After all, someone had to monitor Jake to make sure he was still okay. Sheriff Blake's trained gaze swept the scene as the paramedics shooed us away to tend to Dr. Thorne. "Sheriff Blake," I began, but he cut me off with a sharp gesture. "Save it! Didn't I tell you to stay out of this investigation?" His voice was low and dangerous. "Technically, you told me to stay off the estate. You didn't tell me I couldn't visit with Dr. Thorne." After Tina gave me a withering look, I immediately regretted saying that. What was wrong with me? Was I trying to get arrested? "Is that so?" He arched an eyebrow, skepticism dripping from every word. "Did Dr. Thorne ask you to come here? Did you have an appointment? Or did you just show up hoping to pump her for information?" Well," I stammered. "That's what I thought. I should arrest both of you for assault." "Assault? That's not it at all," Tina exclaimed. "We're the ones who found her like this. We're the ones who called 911. "Did anyone witness it?" Sheriff Blake asked, looking around the area, making his point that we were the only ones there. "What's going on, Dr. Thorne!" A young man, who I was quite certain was a wizard, shouted as he ran to Dr. Thorne's side. "Hold on just a minute," Sheriff Blake said, putting out his large arm that the man ran into and nearly lost his balance. "What happened here?" the assistant demanded. "And you are?" the sheriff asked. I admit I'd never been so happy to see a stranger in my life. At least it was a distraction from the sheriff thinking we'd done this to Dr. Thorne. "I'm Alex. I'm Dr. Thorne's lab assistant. Did you do this?" he asked, pointing at us. "If you're her lab assistant, where were you when she was assaulted?" Sheriff Blake asked, ignoring the assistant's question to us. "I was in the mailroom," he claimed, his tone frustrated. "Did you do this?" He rounded on the two of us. "No!" I shouted, putting my hands up to fend him off. How would anyone think we did this? Have you ever seen these two? The sheriff asked. No. Do you know if Dr. Thorne had an appointment with anyone? She didn't. The bones, he cried, darting to the examining table to double-check them. They're still here, Tina said, pointing to the skeleton on the examining table. Dr. Thorne has been worried, he said quietly. Worried? About what? I asked, much to the chagrin of Sheriff Blake, who obviously thought he should be the one asking any questions. She's been complaining that someone was following her. She even joked that maybe it was Althea Birdwood's ghost. He trailed off. I'll ask you again. Sheriff Blake cut him off while staring at us. Since you didn't have an appointment, why were you here? And don't tell me you were just checking on the case. Okay, fine. I was hoping that by being near or touching, I added quietly. The remains, I could get a reading from them, I explained. Might as well try the truth. We were already in a bunch of trouble as it was. And did you? Yes, I touched them, but no, I didn't get a vision. You touched the remains. You could ruin them, the assistant screeched. Arrest them for tampering with our stuff, he demanded. Oh boy, we were getting it from all sides today, weren't we? Thankfully, it appeared that if Sheriff Blake didn't like people messing with a crime scene, he really didn't like people telling him who he should arrest. I decide who to arrest, he snapped at the assistant in such a way that Alex nearly hid behind me. You two need to stay out of this. This is a police matter, all of this, he barked, waving his hand through the air. If I so much as bump into you on the street while I'm going to get coffee, I will arrest you. Stay far away from me from now on. Got it? Deputy Hardy will take your statements, he said, waving at the deputy, who then hurried forward to talk to us. But, as the paramedics started to wheel Dr. Thorne from the lab, she reached out and grabbed my arm with an iron-like grip. Frock, she whispered. I'm sorry, what? I asked. Frock, she said a little louder, but I was still baffled. Get her out of here, she has a head wound, Sheriff Blake yelled at the paramedics, who then double-timed it out the door. I meant what I said, he repeated, jabbing an angry finger in our direction before stomping out the door. After Tina and I told the deputy everything we knew, the assistant confronted us again. I don't understand any of this. Who are you, and why were you here? He asked accusingly. I still think you did this to her. He pointed his finger at me and leaned close, but then his expression changed. Hang on a second, I recognize you. Recognize me? How could he? Oh. My shoulders slumped as he reached for the newspaper on the desk in the corner. It's you, he said excitedly. You found the skeleton. Now do you see how I couldn't have assaulted Dr. Thorne? Do you have any idea who could have done this to her, or why? He dragged his hands through his hair in frustration. It was the weirdest thing. I got a call from the mailroom telling me there was a package waiting for me, but when I got there was no package, and they said they never called. When I returned here, I found this mess. Weirdest thing ever. Did Dr. Thorne say anything to you? Even though he was a wizard who could block me, I tried reading him. He wasn't lying. He really was in the mailroom. She thinks, Althea did it. Althea's dead, he whispered, as if by saying it too loudly, she might hear him. Did he secretly believe Althea did it? Did she say anything else? I assume it was the knock on the head that made her think the skeleton did it. She said, frock. Does that make any sense to you? Frock? He repeated. Frock, as in clothes? Tina suggested while we fell silent, thinking about the word frock. I know! Althea's dress, Tina exclaimed. It's possible, I responded. Where are her clothes, by the way? We donated them to the Melioras Historical Museum. Can you call me if you think of anything else? I asked, handing him my card. Sure, but didn't the sheriff tell you to stay out of this? He asked. Yeah, but he says that a lot. Please, I only want to follow up on this and keep track of any findings, I offered. Where to next? Tina asked as we left the lab. The museum. Yes! I nodded vigorously. I need to see her clothes. I don't know if it will help, but we have to at least try. What if Dr. Thorne knows about your visions, and she wanted you to be near the dress? Tina suggested. I suppose that's a possibility. I trailed off, still not convinced, but at this point, I was open to anything. Chapter 16. We stood before the weathered facade of the Melioras Village History Museum. Its colonial architecture, a vivid reminder of the town's long and storied past. The building itself was a piece of history, a former sea captain's home dating back to before Althea's time. The white clapboard siding was refreshed last winter thanks to a grant from the Melioras Historical Society, which provided a much-needed update. The ivy growing up the trellises to frame the doorway was awakening from its hibernation and turning a brilliant shade of green. Recently, a landscaper had prepared the gardens for summer, while tulips and crocus peeked through the soil, refreshed from their long winter's nap. I wanted to feel hopeful as I took in the greenery coming back to life, but all I could think about was the curse. If we failed to break it, these flowers, trying so desperately to make the spring, might be destroyed in whatever calamity came next. We pushed open the heavy wooden door, while the faint scent of old books, aged wood, and dusty artifacts greeted us. Our footsteps made an unnaturally loud noise, echoing across the quiet entryway. Sunlight filtered through wavy glass windows, casting dancing light beams on the displays of artifacts from the village's past. The main hall was dominated by a scale model of Melioras Village, as it looked in its early days. Tiny wooden buildings clustered around a central green, with miniature ships dotting the harbor. I could almost imagine the bustling life of the colonial port town. Glass cases lined the walls, filled with an eclectic mix of items. There were delicate porcelain teacups that once graced the tables of the town's elite, alongside crudely made tools used by the earliest settlers. A display of weathered documents caught my eye: land deeds, birth records, and town meeting minutes, each a window into the lives of those who came before us. One corner of the museum was dedicated to the town's maritime history. Old sea charts, ship logs, and even a ship's wheel transported visitors to a time when Melioras Village was a thriving seaport. Good afternoon, ladies. Welcome to our humble museum. I'm Edel Worthington, the manager, said a man with a tall, lean frame, clad in an old sports coat and rumpled dress shirt. He wore rectangular, wire-rimmed glasses and had sharp gray eyes. His disheveled salt and pepper hair looked like he'd just emerged from rummaging through some particularly dusty archives. Hi there, Mr. Worthington. You don't know me, but I saw you on the front page of the paper, he exclaimed. So you do know me. I smiled. We have you to thank, in a manner of speaking, of course, for the amazing, authentic 1700s dress. From a witch, no less. Who knew that horrible picture of me in the newspaper would be helpful after all? Oh, yeah, I guess. That's actually why we're here. Is it at all possible to see the dress? Oh, no, my dear, he tisked. That's a delicate historic dress that must be handled with the utmost care. Here's the thing. I just want to take a look at it and maybe touch it. Touch it! He bellowed. This isn't a sensory museum. That dress isn't a toy or a Halloween costume. It must be restored and displayed. It isn't to be touched. I get that, I started, thinking I'd try the truth again, hoping to prevail on his sympathies. I don't know how much you follow the paranormal news, but we have reason to believe that Althea Birdwood, the witch whose remains I found at the Chinaberry Estate, placed a curse on Melioras Village. Go on, he said, while the historian in him peered at me with an intensity that suggested he could see right through to the historical significance of anything or anyone he looked at. I took a deep breath and continued. This may sound strange, but we also have reason to believe it's up to me to break the curse. I've been experiencing visions, if you will, related to Ms. Blackbird's life, and ultimately, her murder. And if I could just be near her dress, I think it might help clarify the mystery for me. He was intrigued and beginning to waver, but he wondered if he could trust us with a centuries-old dress. "Mr. Worthington," Tina interrupted, fluttering her wings at him while I watched his eyes light up. "Please let us try. It may only take being in the proximity of the dress, or maybe even just placing a careful hand against it to trigger my friend's visions. At worst, nothing happens, and we'll be on our way, considering she's the reason you have the dress in the first place." Mr. Worthington sighed, ultimately knowing that arguing with a pair of determined women, especially one who was a pixie, was useless. "Will you promise to return in the future to give me the entire story of what has happened with you and the skeleton? I do love a complete picture, you know." "I will be happy to come back and tell you everything," I promised. "Okay, follow me." He shook his head in resignation. "But I beg of you, be very careful, and you'll need to wear gloves." "No problem. Whatever you need, sir," I responded, while Tina and I looked at each other with hope. This could be it. This could be our answer. We followed Mr. Worthington down the hallway and into a small room where several shelves of artifacts sat in varying states of readiness. Some had tags attached, others were in boxes, and still others were haphazardly placed throughout, as if he couldn't quite decide where they should go. "Here you go," he said, handing me the gloves. He looked like he was about ready to pass out from nerves. He turned and opened an antique armoire, and there it was, the dress Althea was wearing the day we discovered her skeleton. I slid on the gloves, which wasn't easy, given my trembling hands. This was our last hope. I was clueless about what to do next if it didn't work. I understood why he was so cautious. I would be, too. He carefully placed the dress on a work table and stood back while he and Tina stared at me, eagerly awaiting my assessment. While I hoped just being near the dress would trigger something, it didn't. "I'm going to place my hand on the dress now, very gently," I added to reassure him. He nodded slowly, nervous something would happen to his precious artifact, but filled with curiosity about what we might learn. I placed my hand against the garment, eagerly anticipating that this would be it. The final puzzle piece would tell us where Althea hid her diary. I held my breath and waited. Nothing. Not even a glimmer. Why did I think this would work? Nothing. My shoulders slumped while I shook my head tearfully. Why did I let myself get my hopes so high? "I'm so sorry it didn't work," Mr. Worthington said. "But while you're here, would you like to know a little of the history? The history that I know of anyway?" I thought he was trying to make me feel better. But it wasn't working. I was so heartbroken. The last thing I wanted to know was trivia about dresses from the 1700s. But Mr. Worthington had been so kind and accommodating when he didn't have to be, and it was clear he was eager to tell us the story, so I nodded, trying not to cry as my mind whirled with what came next. My son was in danger, and I had no idea how to save him. "Did you know that in Ms. Birdwood's day, a woman's dress pockets were detached?" "Really?" Tina asked, trying to look interested, but I could tell she was as disappointed as I was. Pockets, or at least the pockets as we know them, weren't introduced until another 100 years later, give or take. "I never even thought about how they invented pockets," I replied, wondering how long I had to stick around without appearing rude and ungrateful for this man's time. "That isn't to say they didn't have pockets, of course." Mr. Worthington spoke with the measured cadence of a seasoned teacher, each word carefully chosen to make his point. I only wish my son's and Zach's lives weren't hanging in the balance at this moment. "But you said pockets weren't invented until the 1800s, I pointed out. "I said pockets as we know them," he corrected me. "I'm confused," Tina replied. "In Ms. Birdwood's time, what we like to think of as pockets were separate, almost like a little pouch. Would you like to see the pockets I found in Althea's dress?" "Yes, that would be nice," I told him, hoping to hurry this along. Women of Althea's era would attach them to the inside of their dresses. "And you're in luck," he said. "I was just getting ready to examine these when you arrived, but now we can examine them together." When he pulled 2 small pouches out of a box from a shelf of the armoire, I decided I just couldn't feign interest anymore and would have to tell him we must go. Mr. Worthington, I'm so sore. That's odd, he fussed. This one appears to have something in it. Did you notice this when you found the skeleton? He asked. No. I shook my head. I was mostly trying to untangle myself from it, and then the sheriff arrived, so unfortunately, I didn't get a close look. Dr. Thorne wouldn't have placed anything in here that didn't belong, would she? I pride myself on authenticity, you know. He kept interrupting me, clearly concerned that someone had placed a modern-day bauble inside a historical dress. He was so intent on learning what was in the pocket, I was convinced Tina and I had disappeared to him. He placed the detachable pocket on the table next to the dress, and, using what looked like special tongs, he ever so carefully slid a piece of paper from it. This appears to have been torn from another piece of paper. What? I exclaimed, nearly snatching the paper from his grasp. After he slowly and delicately unfolded the piece of paper, I nearly shouted with joy. Tina froze, her mouth hanging open in shock. Mr. Worthington, I need you to look at something, I told him, my hands shaking as badly as my voice. I painstakingly pulled the paper from my pocket where I'd kept it all along. When Mr. Worthington saw it, he knew immediately what it was. Careful, careful, he murmured as I unfolded my piece, placing it alongside the portion he had just pulled from Althea's pocket. The moment I did so, the room tilted, and my knees buckled while visions flowed past my eyes so quickly I couldn't keep up. I knelt on the floor to keep from fainting, my head in my hands, barely able to breathe. I think I'm going to be sick, I moaned. Chapter 17. Thankfully, I did not get sick, although I must have been quite the sight crouched on my hands and knees, gasping for air. You had a vision. Tina knelt beside me and whispered. Should I call an ambulance? Mr. Worthington asked, alarmed. No! Tina and I exclaimed. Can I at least get you some water? He responded. Yes, please. That would be nice. Do you know where the diary is? Tina asked me. I think so. Maybe. I'm not sure. It was a blizzard of images. Here's some water, Mr. Worthington said. Would you like to sit in a chair? He pointed at a nearby folding chair. I gratefully accepted the water and the chair. We believe Althea left directions to break her curse in a hidden diary, I explained, because I felt bad I scared him with my collapse. And you think that's a map, he said, pointing to the papers on the table. Kind of. Professor Hargrove suggested that as well. It looks like a map, he shrugged, or at least pictures on an outdated map. I need to see it again, I insisted, rising from the chair, albeit still a bit wobbly, but better than before. I studied the pictures, but this time, no visions. The images, while clearer with both pieces now, were still confusing. I must have looked at this 500 times since I found it, I explained, pointing at my piece. I had assumed if we ever located the second piece, it would finally make sense. But it doesn't, I lamented. I still can't make heads or tails of it, just that you're right, it looks like it could be some kind of map. But to where? If you had lived here in 1700, it would make complete sense, he said. I don't follow, I responded. It looks like the chapel on campus, Mr. Worthington offered. Really? I asked. Sure, look at this. If you come at it from this angle, he explained, it looks like the weather vane. Well, not the weather vane that's there now. They replaced that about 10 years ago when the chapel was struck by lightning and the steeple caught on fire. I remember that. Tina snapped her fingers. And I'll prove it to you, he said, taking a book off the shelf. He rapidly thumbed through the pages before finding what he needed. Right here. He held the book out to us. They obviously didn't have cameras in the 1700s, but you get the idea anyway because this is an older picture. He was right. The pictures on the scraps of paper looked more like the old photo than the modern-day chapel. This weather vane matches that one, he said, pointing at the map. Besides, it's one of the village's oldest buildings, so it has changed quite a bit since Althea's time. The bigger parts remain the same, but the smaller details have changed over the years. But it makes sense that your witch would have hidden something there if she needed to keep it safe. You've seen her ghost near the chapel, Tina reminded me. What if instead of keeping us from discovering it, she's been pointing the way there the entire time? We need to go to the chapel, I told Tina, snapping a picture of the map with my phone. Mr. Worthington, do you have somewhere secure you could put this? I asked while pointing to the clue. Like a vault or safe. I have a safe where we store some of our more valuable pieces. Put that in the safe and tell no one. At least not for now anyway, please, I urged. Why are you worried about keeping it secret? Tina asked. Gut feeling? Psychic premonition? Hard to say, I responded. But after what happened to Dr. Thorne, I muttered. What? What happened to Dr. Thorne? Worthington asked. She was attacked in her laboratory earlier today. Oh, my word! He cried, clutching his hand to his chest. Is she okay? I think so. She was conscious when they took her to the hospital, but she took a knock to the head. And you think she was attacked in connection to this? He asked, sweeping his hand over Althea's things. She claimed she was attacked by Althea herself, Tina offered. I don't understand, he responded. Well, she didn't really say Althea attacked her, I added, with my hand up to stop Tina from spreading rumors we couldn't confirm. We think she was pretty out of it when we talked to her. It's possible it was the skeleton, Tina responded, as if that cleared up the matter. Her skeleton? He asked, confused. Just so you know, we don't think that's what actually happened, even though that's what she said. I continued to reassure him. Then what do you think happened? Poor Mr. Worthington looked so confused. He wasn't the only one. Even I wasn't sure what to think at this point. I suspect we're not the only ones after Althea's diary, but I can't be certain, or why. Then again, this is Melioras Village. I trailed off. It wasn't entirely inconceivable that Althea's spirit had attacked Dr. Thorne. It was just unlikely. We have to go. Please put those away now, I said, pointing to the artifacts. And thank you for all your help, I told him, while Tina and I hurried from the museum. The moment we stepped out of the front doors, the weather shifted drastically. Again, the bright spring day that was with us earlier had vanished, replaced by an oppressive gloom. Dark, roiling clouds gathered overhead, their underbellies tinged with an unnatural greenish-blue hue that raised goosebumps on my arms. A gust of wind whipped around us, carrying the scent of rain with it. Trees surrounding the museum groaned and swayed, their branches reaching out against the rapidly darkening sky. In the distance, the low rumble of thunder reverberated through the ground. As we hurried to the car, a handful of raindrops fell, splashing as they hit the pavement, announcing something far more ominous to come. It was like the curse, or maybe even Althea was responding to the forces we'd set in motion. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the museum grounds in stark white, and I knew it in my bones. This was it, the final desperate dash against Althea and her curse with the soul of Melioras Village hanging in the balance. As I drove, my eyes darted between the road ahead and the roiling sky above. Harsh winds buffeted the vehicle, each gust feeling like an attempt to push us off course. The curse's grip on our village tightened with each passing second, and I could almost feel it reaching for Jake and Zach, threatening to drag them deeper into its mysterious clutches. My chest was tight with a mixture of determination and fear. What if we couldn't find the diary? What if we found it, but it was useless against the curse? What if it was too late? I shook my head as if to lose the dark thoughts. We had to find it. We had to break the curse. Another peal of thunder rattled the car, and I pressed harder on the accelerator. It was a race against time, against nature, against forces I barely understood, but it was on me to understand it all. I just thought of something. Did we remember to bring flashlights this time? I asked. Got the flashlights, Tina declared. I did not need to poke around dark corners again with just my phone light. Once we arrived on campus and stared up at the chapel, it hit me how difficult this would be. The chapel was much, much bigger than I remembered it. The weathered stone walls absorbed what little light remained in the storm-darkened sky, while its colorful stained glass windows contrasted the ever-darkening clouds. The steeple rose sharply against the heavy clouds, its iron cross at the top swaying in the wind, and I nodded my head in acknowledgement when I noticed it wasn't the same as the one on the map. I could only hope that Mr. Worthington was right about the differences. Tina had called Professor Hargrove on our way to the chapel, thinking he might know what to do or have an idea about where the diary was hidden, but unfortunately, he didn't answer. Mr. Worthington's reminder that the chapel had changed since Althea's time rattled me. What if she once hid the diary here, and someone came across it long ago and discarded it, assuming it was nothing but the childish musings of a troubled young woman? The diary could be anywhere, Tina lamented. And what if the doors are locked? She suggested, while we stood on the front steps staring at them, almost afraid to try. Just what we needed, yet another obstacle. I guess the only way to find out. I tugged on the heavy wooden door, holding my breath in anticipation of it being locked, but when it opened, its ancient hinges groaning in protest, I blew out a heavy whoosh of air in relief. We quickly stepped inside as the door closed behind us with a soft thud. The sanctuary stretched before us, a long aisle flanked by rows of dark wooden pews leading to the altar. Some pews leaned slightly, as if bowed by the weight of countless prayers offered over the years. The pulpit stood at the far end, barely visible in the dim light, an imposing structure of intricately carved wood, its details lost in shadow. Behind it, a large cross hung on the wall. On each side, supporting arches rose into the darkness above, and I could barely make out the faint outline of a balcony overhead. Every surface, from the polished pews to the intricate tapestries on the walls, spoke of age and secrets long kept. As the wind howled outside, causing the building to creak and settle, I shivered. How on earth would we ever find the diary in here? It could be anywhere, assuming it was still here. For all we knew, it was long gone. As if reading my mind, Tina whispered, "We'll cover more ground if we split up." "Agreed. I'll start in the basement. You cover upstairs. Text me if you get lost," I told her. As I made my way into the chapel basement, I felt it. A sudden, inexplicable certainty. Althea's diary was here, its presence like a faint heartbeat, calling out to me from somewhere within these hallowed walls. Why didn't I sense this before? How many times had I been on this campus and failed to pay attention, to really listen to my psychic senses? Althea's spirit was right here, almost like she was pointing to the diary. What had originally seemed like Althea trying to prevent us from finding the diary was Althea leading the way. We were worried she didn't want us to break the curse, but I think she did. Breaking the curse was her way of freeing herself. The creepy spirit I saw several days ago told me I was the chosen one, but I refused to believe it. I mean, who would? Who stopped to say, "Why yes, you're right, I am just that special"? But now I realized, if I had believed it to begin with, I could have solved this mystery sooner, and with far less grief. Although it would be helpful if Althea's spirit would show up to point me to where she hid the diary, but that would be too easy, wouldn't it? I was so hopeful one of us would find the diary right away, yet after searching the musty chapel basement for what felt like hours, frustration threatened to overwhelm me. I searched every nook and cranny, hoping to stumble across it, but nothing. The sense I had when we first entered the chapel, that the diary was just within reach, had all but left me. Had I imagined it? Had my excitement at finally getting this close masked our reality? What was I thinking? That Tina and I could simply come in here, pick up the diary off a shelf, find the key to breaking the curse, and be on our way? My fingers were dusty, my back ached, and I was no closer to finding the answers we desperately needed. There was no word from Tina, so I assumed she was also still searching. Frustrated and heartbroken, I slumped to the floor, ready to give up. But finally, I paused and took a deep breath, closing my eyes and willing myself to relax. "Breathe," I whispered. At first, all I could hear was my own breathing. But as I breathed deeper and focused on opening my senses, I became aware of something else. It wasn't a sound exactly, more like a feeling, a gentle tugging at the edge of my consciousness. I let my mind drift, allowing the sensation to guide me. Images flashed behind my closed eyelids, candlelight flickering on weathered pages, hands carefully wrapping a book in oilcloth, a secret compartment surrounded by sweet potatoes, closing softly. Sweet potatoes? What? Why was I picturing sweet potatoes at a time like this? Had I finally lost it? Wait! No, my eyes snapped open. A root cellar, I breathed, the realization hitting me like a ton of bricks. It's in the root cellar. I leapt up and rushed forward with excitement. There had to be a root cellar in here, right? Just like at the estate. The door trapped me in that passageway at the estate, not just to find the piece of map, but to lead me to the root cellar in the end. That had to be it. I wandered about for a little longer until I came to a door I hadn't tried yet. I grasped the rusted iron handle and pulled, while the door's hinges protested with a hair-raising shriek as it swung open, revealing a darkness that swallowed my flashlight's beam. The cool, damp air that wafted out convinced me this had to be it. I stepped cautiously into the cellar, while my flashlight beam danced across rough walls lined with sagging wooden shelves. My eyes darted to every nook and cranny in the empty space, searching for any sign of a hidden compartment or a loose stone that might conceal the diary. And then I spotted it. A small door in the cellar floor. That was it. The hidden door I saw in my vision. I rushed straight for it, falling to my knees, gripping the rusted iron ring on the small door set into the earthen floor. My fingers slipped on the dirt and dust that coated it while I pulled with all my might. But the door refused to budge. Of course, I grumbled. Gritting my teeth, I braced my feet on either side of the door and tried again, feeling the muscles in my arms and back strain with the effort. Until finally, with a sound like the grudging sigh of an old man waking from a long sleep, the door creaked open. I pointed my flashlight into the opening, and there it was. A small bundle wrapped in an oilcloth. Althea's diary. Finally. Chapter 18. I gingerly lifted the parcel from its hiding spot and pulled back the cloth to find a small brown leather-bound book, just like I knew I would. Ever so carefully, as if it might disappear into thin air if I mishandled it, my fingers softly traced the initials on the cover AB while biting back tears. The last thing I needed to do was cry on the ink and smear it. Not only did I want to cry with relief, but I also desperately wanted to scream and dance in triumph. I did it. I finally had the diary and our answer to reversing the curse. "Drop it," a voice demanded, followed by a loud click that was so sudden I nearly dropped the diary. I slowly turned around, dumbfounded and yet somehow not entirely surprised, to see Professor Hargrove pointing a gun at me. "Professor Hargrove!" I exclaimed, still clutching the book. Yeah, what a surprise. I never would have guessed, blah, blah, blah. I'm a good actor, am I not? Now give me the cotton pickin' book like I said, he insisted, his hand outstretched. Wow! Where did that mild-mannered, tea-serving, shy man disappear to? His eyes were no longer kind and sensitive, but cold and calculating instead. I shuddered at the malevolent gleam that flickered within. "But Professor—" "Give me the diary!" he shouted, waving the gun in my face. "Why are you doing this?" I begged, reluctantly handing over the diary. "You know I need this to break the curse." "I could care less about your stupid curse," he snapped. "Then why steal the diary?" "Money, you idiot! Do you know how much this is worth on the dark web?" He laughed like I was a fool for not seeing that before. "Of course I don't know what it's worth. But won't you at least let me look at it quickly to see what I have to do to reverse the curse? That's all I care about. Then I swear, I'll give you the diary, and you can do whatever you want with it. I won't tell anyone I saw you. It will just be between us. Please, please, I need to know about the curse. I beg of you." "What do you take me for? You aren't leaving here alive. Now get going," he demanded, pointing the gun toward the root cellar door. Wait a minute, why don't you just shoot me here? I asked, stalling for time. If I could keep him talking, Tina would find us and call the sheriff's department. Because even I think it's bad luck to kill someone in a church, he claimed. And it isn't bad luck to kill someone outside of a church? I asked. What kind of warped logic was he pushing? Whatever, he rolled his eyes at me. And if you think your friend Tina will find us and call the cops, you're sadly mistaken. What have you done to Tina? I begged, nearing a panic state. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to Tina because she helped me. She's fine, at least I think so. I snuck up behind her and conked her on the head before she could use all that hocus-pocus on me. Now move, he shouted again. We slowly made our way out of the basement to the main level, where I saw Tina's still form in the middle of the central aisle leading to the altar. Tina! I cried, pivoting my steps to go to her. Keep moving, he demanded, jabbing the gun into my back so forcefully it hurt. She'll be fine. Eventually, he laughed cruelly. He may think it was bad luck to kill someone in a church, but he sure didn't have any qualms about whacking a pixie over the head in church. She looked so tiny and helpless, just lying there with her wings crumpled beneath her, it broke my heart. How could anyone be so cruel? Hargrove continued pushing me to the door, and as we emerged from the chapel, I was struck by the eerie calm that greeted us. The storm was still threatening the area, heavy and electrified with unreleased tension. The dark, roiling clouds still loomed ominously overhead, but the expected deluge hadn't yet begun, making me tremble when I realized that whatever forces were at play, they were giving us this strange pocket of time, almost as if the very elements were waiting for something sinister before unleashing their fury. Keep walking, he ordered, shoving the gun into my ribcage. While I was confident once we left the chapel, someone crossing the campus would see us, given how popular the fake Professor Hargrove was, no one was out. No doubt most had taken cover to await the impending storm. I considered tossing aside any caution and jumping him anyway. Perhaps if I screamed loudly enough, someone would help. If there were enough of us, we could quickly disarm him. But then it dawned on me that I could read his thoughts to see if he really was planning to kill me, although there was little doubt that if he were willing to go this far, he wouldn't hesitate when the time was right. I cursed myself for not paying more attention the last time I accidentally read his thoughts, considering they were strangely benign. Like the most benign I'd ever encountered, and while I recognized it was odd, I didn't think I had a reason to doubt them. I slowed my steps, cleared my mind, and allowed his thoughts to drift into my head, and instead of absurdly pleasant thoughts like last time, I got glimpses of evil, pure evil. He was undoubtedly going to kill me without even a smidgen of regret. That's right, he said, a nasty grin on his face. I'm even worse than you thought. I found a spell in Ember and Moon, a practical guide to everyday witchcraft, and I used it to mask my thoughts around you. I'd always assumed all that magical nonsense the lot of you were constantly going on about was nothing but mumbo-jumbo until I tried a few spells and got them to work. He cackled again at my horrified expression. I saw the confusion on your face the day I was at your house, and you read my thoughts. I realized at that moment that was my ticket. You couldn't figure out how my thoughts were just that innocent, could you? At first I was worried I'd gone too far and it would tip you off, but you were so distracted by everything that was happening you just brushed it off, didn't you? He sneered. Gadzooks, he was right. But what if I kept reading his thoughts, even though their evil tone made me sick? I could learn where he planned to take me and calculate an escape route. For a brief moment, it lifted my spirits. I may have severely disadvantaged myself by not paying attention before, but I definitely wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Yet when I tried reading him again, all I got were the sunshine and daisy thoughts I had before. How dumb do you think I am? He snarled. I'm not going to tell you where we're going. Just keep walking. Wait just 1 second, I said, coming to a sudden halt. Move or I'll shoot you, he bellowed. You're going to shoot me anyway, so I want some answers, I insisted, sounding braver than I felt. What? He grumbled, shaking his head as if this was turning out to be more complicated than he had anticipated. which I hoped it was. Like I was going to just let him kill me that easily. Not after everything I'd been through. You attacked Dr. Thorne, didn't you? That's why she kept saying Bird. She didn't mean Althea Birdwood. She meant you. Your first name is Robin. Peanut butter and jelly. How did we miss that? Yes. He rolled his eyes. I knew that Althea Birdwood would keep something like a diary as close as possible. I thought it might be tucked into her dress. But can you imagine what I had to endure to get into that lab? Oh, poor baby, I told him. He ignored my sarcasm and continued. First, I had to send her assistant on a wild goose chase, so it would just be me and Dr. Thorne in the lab. But when I demanded Dr. Thorne tell me what she did with the clothes, she insisted on calling the police. I couldn't let her do that, now could I? So I hit her, and she folded like a cheap lawn chair, just like your pixie pal. I searched everywhere for the stupid dress and diary, but then you showed up. Obviously, I couldn't get caught, so I hid in the closet and waited until everyone left. But your appearance at least told me I was on the right track. You followed us to the museum? I threw my hand over my mouth in horror. Oh, please tell me you didn't attack Mr. Worthington, too. I thought of how I told him to lock up the dress and hoped Hargrove hadn't injured him too seriously. Nah. He shook his head in disgust. I waited until you left, and I could tell by the looks on your faces and the way you were moving that you finally had your answer. And now we're here. So, keep walking. He waved the gun about, forcing me to move toward the cemetery next to the chapel. It was a small, somewhat forgotten field of weathered, aging headstones where some of the inscriptions were almost worn away completely by centuries of wind and rain. A harsh gust of wind whipped through the graveyard, and I shivered involuntarily. After we walked a bit farther, Professor Hargrove stopped suddenly. Okay, this is good enough. I turned to face him, an angry scowl on my face. No, that won't do. I can't shoot you with you looking at me, he said. Why would I do anything you say right now? If you're going to kill me, you'll have to do it by looking me in the eye, I insisted. I squared my shoulders and stood among the weathered gravestones, numb with horror, while the wind howled around us, and Hargrove went on angrily about something I could only barely hear through the wind. We both jumped when lightning crisscrossed the sky, illuminating the cemetery in harsh white flashes. Thunder rumbled overhead, and another jag of lightning burst over us, and I caught a flicker of movement in the distance. Althea, I said. Althea? Hargrove responded. Over there, I pointed. If you think I'm falling for that, then I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you, he retorted. But I'm not kidding, I insisted. Althea was standing in the corner of the graveyard, clearer than I had ever seen her. Of course, she was still a ghost, yet not as translucent as she was before. She was so clear, I could almost be convinced she was alive if I didn't know better. I continued to watch as her ghostly form shimmered brighter and brighter. Her long dress and hair flew about her in a way that was almost separate from the storm surrounding us. When our eyes met across the distance, her face was set in a resolute expression, and I knew that somehow she was here to help. When a surge of electricity coursed through the atmosphere, I did the only thing I could think of. I dove behind a row of gravestones and covered my head just as the world exploded in a blinding flash of white light. I peeked around the side of the tombstone just in time to see Hargrove illuminated in an eerie blue glow, his body rigid and his face a mask of shock. He dropped the diary before he crumpled to the ground, wisps of smoke rising from his smoldering clothes. Chapter 19. I stayed hidden behind the tombstone, frozen on my hands and knees, too scared to move. But after several moments, with no movement or sounds, I finally peered over the top at Professor Hargrove, not knowing if he was dead or alive. I'd never seen anyone get struck by lightning before. When I spotted Althea's diary lying about a foot away from him, I jumped up, racing for it as if Hargrove would suddenly reach out and grab it away again. I scooped up the diary, clutching it to my chest for dear life. I may have given it up once, but I was never giving it up again. When I saw Hargrove's gun next to the diary, I hesitated. But it would be foolish to leave it here, wouldn't it? He may have had a gun, but I had something he couldn't see or understand: the support of a centuries-old witch who wasn't about to let her secrets fall into the wrong hands. I carefully picked it up, glanced at the professor one last time, and then ran for the chapel. I had to check on Tina. My feet pounded against the solid ground as I sprinted through the cemetery. The image of Hargrove's still form flashed through my mind, but I pushed it aside, focusing on one thought: Tina. Lightning continued to fork across the sky, illuminating my path in stuttering flashes, and just as I reached the chapel doors, it finally started to rain. I pushed through the doors. The sudden transition from howling wind and pounding rain to eerie silence disoriented me momentarily. As my eyes adjusted to the dim interior, I saw her. Somehow, I'd hoped that she would have jumped up by now, insisting she was fine, but her prone form was still lying in the middle of the aisle, just as I'd left her. I paused for a moment, placing the diary and the gun in a pew before dropping to my knees next to her. "Tina!" I cried, my voice echoing in the empty space. With shaking hands, I reached out to check her pulse. "Please, please, please, have a pulse," I murmured. Thankfully, as I touched her, her eyelids fluttered, a soft groan escaping her lips. Relief flooded through me so intensely that for a moment I was lightheaded. "What happened?" she mumbled, her voice weak but wonderfully, beautifully there. "It's okay," I whispered, as much to myself as to her. "You're okay. We're okay." "Why does my head hurt?" she asked, becoming more and more aware. "How did I get here?" "Just stay on the ground. I'm calling an ambulance," I insisted. "The diary!" "Did you find the diary?" she murmured, while I told the 911 operator to send 2 ambulances to the Melioras University campus chapel. "Yes, I found the diary," I told her, glancing back to make sure it was exactly where I left it. "Hang on a second. Did you just tell them to send 2 ambulances?" she asked. I took a deep breath and gave her a brief rundown of what had happened. The minor details weren't necessary at the moment, but she was furious when she learned Hargrove got the jump on her. But knowing that he was then struck by lightning cheered her up a bit. On the spur of the moment, I reached for the diary and hid it in a hymnal rack on the pew next to us, because I refused to take a chance someone might demand I hand it over. I left Hargrove's gun where it was, though. Hopefully, the authorities would be so distracted by that, they wouldn't think to ask about the diary. Within moments, Sheriff Blake, a handful of his deputies, and several paramedics burst through the doors with a loud clatter. "What happened?" Sheriff Blake demanded. "You called for 2 ambulances?" one of the paramedics said. "There's a man in the cemetery who was struck by lightning. I don't know if he's alive," I explained, pointing in that general direction, while several of them peeled off in search of Hargrove. The others pushed past Sheriff Blake to attend to Tina. "I'm not sure where to start," Blake said, shaking his head. "You probably want to start with that gun," I told him, pointing to the pew where it was still sitting. Blake spun around. "Secure the gun!" he exclaimed, while a deputy quickly followed his orders. "It's Professor Hargrove's," I explained before anyone could ask. "Who?" he said. "It's a very long story," I told him. "Then start talking." So I did. I told him everything. Or at least the condensed version of everything. When he asked about the diary, I shrugged, as if I didn't know what happened to it after Hargrove was struck by lightning. Yes, I admit it. I lied to the authorities. I was pretty sure that Blake didn't buy that either, but astonishingly, he didn't press me. Had my sister been a good influence on him? After the EMTs secured Tina on the gurney, they paused next to us on their way out the door, one of them offering me a reassuring smile. "Your friend here seems to have gotten lucky," she said, glancing between Sheriff Blake and me. "We think she'll be just fine, but we'll take her to the hospital anyway. I'm sure they'll want a CT scan to be on the safe side. With head injuries, it's always better to be thorough." "What can I say?" Tina explained with a smile. "Pixies have hard heads." "I'll be right behind you," I told her. "You do what you need to do first," she insisted with a wink. I nodded knowingly. She was right. We weren't out of trouble yet. Now that I had custody of the diary, I was almost afraid to look at it. What would it say? What if I couldn't understand it? What if the directions were impossible to follow? With my son's life at stake, however, I knew I'd do whatever it took to break the curse. And just as I was about to ask Sheriff Blake about Hargrove, a young deputy entered the chapel, his uniform damp from the rain. He spoke in a low voice to the sheriff. "Sir, we found the suspect wandering the cemetery. But he's not making any sense, just babbling about curses and ghosts." Sheriff Blake's eyebrows shot up as he glanced my way before turning back to the deputy. "All right, get him to the hospital right away, but do not leave him unattended for even a second, understand?" "Yes, sir." The deputy nodded briskly before turning on his heel and hurrying back out the door. "You're free to go now," Sheriff Blake told me. "If you don't mind, I want to pause here for a bit and get my bearings," I claimed. "What?" It was kind of true. He nodded and looked at me suspiciously, but, again, didn't say anything and left. What do you know? Miracles happen. I sat down and reached for the diary, staring at it with fascination as I slid my hand across the cover. But after thumbing through the delicate pages, I decided the best place to finish was at home, where I knew I was safe and wouldn't be disturbed. As I left the chapel, I turned back for a final look at the place that had kept Althea Birdwood's diary safe all this time. Even though my challenges weren't over, I could at least see a bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Once I got home, part of me was still tempted to hurriedly flip through the pages of the diary, find the cure, and use it. Like I did when I was looking online for a good lasagna recipe, but instead of scrolling through the lengthy dissertation from the recipe's author, I clicked on the Jump to Recipe link to get to the good part right away. But the diary was written hundreds of years ago, and of course there were no links, just pages and pages of handwritten text, and I had no idea where the instructions to break the curse were. I only knew they were there. So, while my feverish son slept, I sat at the kitchen table reading by a dim light. What I learned about Althea was astonishing, and thankfully, by morning, I had my answers. Chapter 20. I spoke not in life, but in death I implore. Heed well these words from beyond time's door. My corpse, long hidden, must find its peace, for only then will this curse's grip cease. Seek ye the place upon precious ground, where learning and faith have long been bound. Beside it lie me a place of rest, where my departed soul will be forever blessed. There lay my skeleton with gentle care. Let my spirit find solace there. When dawn's first light touches my grave, the curse will lift, the village saved. Remember, dear one, this solemn task. It's the key to undoing the past's dark mask. In life, I protected. In death, I guide. Break the curse, let peace abide. I had to bury Althea's remains. Except I couldn't bury her skeleton just anywhere. It had to be the cemetery behind the chapel. I left a note for a sleeping Kimberly and Jake and set out on my mission. Dr. Thorne was resting quietly, while various machines blinked and beeped softly around her, their subdued chorus a constant background to the hospital room's hushed atmosphere. I tried to tiptoe into the room as quietly as possible, but she heard me and opened her eyes. "Hello, Dr. Thorne. How are you feeling?" I asked the tiny, frail-looking woman. And while she might still appear somewhat frail this morning, she was at least looking infinitely better than when I last saw her on the laboratory floor. "Do I know you?" she asked, sliding on her thick-lensed glasses. "I'm the one who found you in your lab and called the ambulance," I reminded her. If she were anyone else, I would be insulted, but I suspected it was just her way of relating. "And I'm the one with the house where we found Althea Birdwood's skeleton." Yes, of course. "Dr. Thorne, I've come to ask you a favor that I'm prepared to beg for." Obviously, I was prepared to do far more than beg. My son's and his father's lives were at stake. The future of Melioras Village was at stake. I was willing to do whatever it took to convince her to grant my request. I only hoped I could find the right words that were inspirational enough to persuade her to allow Althea's remains to be buried. And soon. "What is it?" she responded skeptically. I steeled myself, meeting her fierce gaze. I realize how this might sound to you, I began, trying to steady my voice. I know you're a scientist, and what I'm about to ask probably goes against everything you believe in. But I'm begging you to trust me on this. Althea Birdwood's remains must be buried. Properly. And it isn't just about respecting the dead. It's about breaking a curse that's hurting people right now, including my son and his father. I swore I saw a flicker of something. Curiosity, maybe? In her eyes, so I pressed on. I'm not asking you to believe in ghosts or magic, I continued softly. I'm just asking you to consider the possibility that there are things in this world that science hasn't explained yet. And if there's even a chance that burying Althea could stop whatever's happening to our town and save my family, I believe it's worth trying. Dr. Thorne's brow furrowed as I waited, the silence stretching between us. Finally, she exhaled softly. Sure, I've run all the tests that I need. I'll call my assistant and let him know the remains are to be released forthwith. Oh! I exclaimed in surprise. I hadn't expected it to be that easy. I almost didn't know what to say. Should I hug her? No. She didn't seem the type. Shake her hand? That didn't work before. Was there anything else you needed? She asked, while I continued to obsess over how to thank her. Oh, well, no. Okay then. Thank you for stopping by, she said simply. Thank you so much, I told her, before leaving her room in shock. That was far easier than I expected, and I almost didn't know what to do next. I had planned on that being much more difficult and taking a lot more time, but perhaps it was a sign that things were finally looking up? I was horrified for even thinking that. What if I just cursed myself all over again? The woman I spoke with on the phone in the university's administration office explained that the landscaper for the chapel and the cemetery could be found in the small brick building next to the chapel. But, she assured me, there was no more room for burials. I wasn't surprised to hear that, given the size and age of the cemetery, but I knew I had to try anyway. The unassuming building was exactly where she said it would be. Its deep red brick exterior stood out against the light green spring grass and the ancient oak trees budding with leaves. A small plain sign in white letters next to the door read groundskeeper. I crossed my fingers and stepped inside, where I found a man sitting behind a sturdy wooden desk with a computer, several file folders, and a telephone. Along one wall was a pair of gray metal file cabinets with what I assumed were cemetery records. The man behind the desk was somewhat chubby with a weathered face, no doubt brought on by many years spent working in the sun. He wore an old ball cap and a khaki shirt with the sleeves rolled up. A square patch that read Frank was sewn above the left pocket. I spotted various landscaping tools through the open doorway behind Frank. Rakes, shovels, and trimmers hung from hooks on the wall, under a shelf that held bottles of fertilizer and weed killer. A large window on the opposite side of the small building offered a clear view of the cemetery, where I desperately hoped that Frank would allow Althea Birdwood to finally be put to rest. Hi there, I said, before launching into my lengthy explanation about why we needed to schedule a burial as soon as possible. After I told him the whole story without stopping, he stared back at me. No. But you don't understand. Lady, I understand perfectly. But I'm telling you, there ain't no space in that cemetery. It's full of bodies, if you want me to be blunt. You mean there isn't even a teeny tiny space for a skeleton? She doesn't require a full-size plot. You're sure there isn't just one spot that we could use? I held up my thumb and forefinger to indicate it truly was just a small space that I needed. Well, he hesitated. Ha! I knew it. There actually is one plot. I'll take it, I cheered. No, hold on. You ain't even stopped long enough to let me explain what's wrong with it. I don't care. I'll take it. He rolled his eyes at my unbridled enthusiasm. If only he knew what we'd been through lately. It's cursed, he whispered. Cursed? I responded. It's the strangest thing, he said, shaking his head in bewilderment. No matter how many times we've tried to use that spot for a burial, something always goes wrong. Equipment busts, the ground is rock hard, One of my men gets sick. He trailed off. And? I could tell he didn't want to say it out loud. And they claim there's a ghost, a woman. At that, he looked around as if someone might have heard him and laughed at the idea of a ghost in the cemetery. But I obviously knew better. A woman who looks like she could be from the 1700s? I asked. I guess. How did you know? He removed his cap, rubbing his bald head in bewilderment. There's stories going back decades about it being haunted. Ain't none of my men as willin' go near it. I guess you could try if you wanted, but you'll get no help from me. You're on your own there. His voice dropped to a whisper once again. Some folks say it's like the land is refusing to accept any more dead. But me? I got a feelin' it's waitin' for someone specific, though heaven knows who or why. You probably won't believe this, Frank, but I think I know. All right, he sighed heavily. When would you be wantin' to bury this skeleton of yours? Even though I still say it won't never work. Tomorrow, but it has to be done right before sunrise. At that, Frank guffawed. Lady, you sure ask for a lot. Now I guarantee my men won't help. Before sunrise, he laughed and rolled his eyes at me again. How much, by the way? I asked. How much what? How much for the burial plot? That was another hurdle I was worried about. If they charged me an exorbitant fee for it, I'd have to figure out a way to come up with more money. Free? Free? Yeah, because it won't work. And I'm not responsible for anything that might go wrong. Got it? Thank you, I told him, as I rushed out the door. Of course, I suspected that this ghost the workers were seeing was Althea. Now, I just needed someone to dig the grave, which I wasn't sure how to do. As I drove home to plan the next step, Alex, the lab assistant, called to ask where the skeleton should be delivered. I told him the Melioras University Cemetery before dawn. Then it hit me. Hey, you're a wizard, right? I invited Anne and Tina, of course. Anne and the lab assistant could magic a grave opening. I also called Mr. Worthington, who nearly cried happy tears over the invitation. To be invited to witness such a historic event. I can't believe this is happening. When I asked him if he had some special fabric that would be okay to wrap Althea's bones in, he said he knew of just the thing. I asked Mrs. Moore, our usual babysitter, who was a literal angel, by the way, to spend the night and watch over Jake. She was only too happy to oblige. I also sent Kimberly to the hospital to wait. The following morning at 3 o'clock, we headed to the cemetery. Even Frank showed up. This I gotta see. When Anne and Alex made quick work of the grave, Frank was shocked. Well, I'll be, he muttered. After that, we lowered Althea's bones into the grave, wrapped in the beautifully patterned fabric Mr. Worthington gave us. Then, Alex and Anne refilled it. Should we say something? I asked. You promised you'd fill us in on what you read in the diary, Anne reminded me. Now? Now is as good a time as any. We have time before the sun comes up, she pointed out. Fair enough, I responded. Althea Birdwood, for those of you who don't know this, I nodded at Frank and Alex, was a green witch who happened to fall in love with a non-magical. Althea's father was livid and strictly forbade it. He even threatened to kill her. Althea and her non-magical boyfriend made plans to run away together. They agreed to meet at midnight by the river, where Melioras connects to Alaterra Porta, but he never showed. At that, Frank gasped, and I nodded at him. Althea, heartbroken and angry, conjured the curse, but 2 days later, the boyfriend found her. He was caught sneaking out by his father, and that's why he didn't make it to their meeting spot. But it was too late. She'd already cast the curse. Anne clasped her hands to her chest. Oh, so that's why she made the counter curse. Yes. Once again, Althea and the boyfriend made plans to run away that night. But somehow, Althea's father got wind of it. They argued. He struck her with a lead candlestick, and she died. He placed her body behind the wall, where it lay for 300 years until we came along. But how did she know beforehand to hide the scrap of paper in the tunnel and the diary at the church? Tina asked. It was kind of a lucky guess on her part, I explained. For lack of a better term anyway. The first time her father threatened to kill her, he told her he'd hide her body in the wall of their new home, and no one would know. So she acted in advance, just in case it came true? Alex pointed out. Yes. Where was her mother in all of this? Mr. Worthington asked. Her mother died when she was very young, so there was no one left to wonder what became of her. Oh, that poor girl, Mr. Worthington sniffled. For the record, I can't answer why the curse seemed to come and go over time, as Professor Hargrove pointed out. I like to think that Althea never meant for it to go on as long as it did. I don't believe I was the only chosen one either. I'm merely the one who happened to find the skeleton and then followed through. Where is Hargrove now? Anne asked. Speaking of dirty, rotten jerks. He's still in the hospital being treated for burns, which aren't as bad as you'd think, given he was struck by lightning. But after that, it's straight to jail. He had to have been the one to tip off the reporters about fearing modern-day witches, Anne pointed out with a scowl. He was. He did it to increase the pressure on me to find the diary. Look, Anne announced quietly, pointing at the eastern horizon. We fell silent, waiting for the sun to show us its colors. I was certain by now the fact that we'd been allowed to bury the remains was a good sign we had done the right thing. We watched nervously as the first hint of dawn crept over the horizon, a soft blush of pink and gold that pushed back the night's inky darkness. I stared, breathless, as the colors intensified and streaks of vibrant orange and fiery red painted the sky. We waited in anticipation for the phone to ring. It's Kimberly, I exclaimed when it rang out. I'm afraid to answer it, I told everyone as they clustered around me. If this, I pointed to the fresh pile of dirt next to us, didn't work, I trailed off. I just couldn't imagine it. There's only one way to find out, Tina said gently. Hey, Kimberly. Uh-huh. Okay. Yes. No. Okay. I ended the call with them staring at me expectantly. Zach is awake, I shouted joyfully. You scared us on purpose, Anne exclaimed while everyone around her cheered. I know, I couldn't help myself. Now we just need to hear from… My phone rang again. This time it was Mrs. Moore. Now I really do feel sick, I told them. No joking this time, Tina said. I'll hex you if you do, Anne threatened. Hello, Mrs. Moore, I gulped nervously. Jake says he wants you to bring home pizza for lunch. He's famished, she announced excitedly. As we started to leave the burial site, Anne grabbed me by the elbow. Molly, look, she said, pointing to the gravestone next to Althea's fresh grave. It read, Robert Pritchard. Is that… she started. It has to be. I smiled. You know, I'm surprised we didn't see Althea's ghost here today, Tina remarked. I think she moved on, I said quietly, taking a final look at Althea Birdwood's resting place. Now I just had to find a place that served pizza at 5 a.m. Chapter 21. I stood on the porch of the Whispering Chinaberry Estate, basking in the magical atmosphere of the biggest party this village had seen in quite some time. The air was crisp and sweet, with the fragrance of blooming lilacs and freshly cut grass. We draped strings of twinkling fairy lights between trees and along the fence, and their soft glow created a warm, inviting ambiance as the final rays of sunlight faded from the night sky. Laughter and the gentle hum of conversation floated on the breeze, punctuated by the occasional clink of glasses and the distant strains of a violin. People milled about in light jackets and flowing dresses, their faces lit with joy. Long tables covered in crisp white linens laden with a variety of springtime delicacies, colorful salads, tender asparagus spears, and a towering cake adorned with fresh berries and edible flowers sat in the center of it all. At the opposite end of the yard, we set up a bar where the bartender mixed brightly colored spring-themed cocktails. What a stark contrast to all the fear and uncertainty we faced just last week. Granted, one doesn't usually throw a party this big for a real estate listing, but in this case, Spooky Shanty Realty and the Melioras mayor felt we needed a big party to put the community's fears to rest. And I assured everyone that the house really and truly wasn't haunted, and there were no more hidden skeletons, or secrets, or curses. It was perfectly safe to buy this house. Quite a turnout, isn't it? Anne's voice came from beside me. My sister was in a good mood. I hoped it was more the result of solving the curse and ensuring the safety of modern-day Melioras witches than it was from her boyfriend, Sheriff Blake. Dreading one wedding was enough for the moment. I didn't need to dread two. Not at the same time, anyway. I nodded, smiling. It's perfect. Now I need to find a buyer. Mom! Aunt Anne! Jake's voice carried across the lawn. He was waving enthusiastically while clutching a giant chocolate chip cookie. The sight of my son, healthy and happy, made my heart swell. The curse that had been slowly draining his life force was gone, and he was back in school and playing soccer again. Did you see the size of these cookies? He shouted. We made our way down the steps and into the throng of partygoers. Everywhere I looked, I saw smiling faces, friends and neighbors alike, all united in celebration. I'd been handing out business cards all night, so hopefully, that meant more home sales. Although I could do without everyone assuring me that their house wasn't haunted. Surprisingly, a few specifically told me they wanted to buy a haunted house. Oh dear. I wasn't sure I wanted to be known as the haunted house agent. Molly! Kimberly's voice rang out, and I turned to see her approaching, a glass of champagne in one hand and iced tea in the other. She offered me the glass of champagne with a shy smile. Thank you for your help. I couldn't have done it without you, I told her. My ex-husband's pregnant fiancé and I would never be best friends, far from it. But I knew it was best for our family if we got along. And she really had been a big help throughout this ordeal. Zach waved to us from across the lawn. His recovery had been miraculous once we'd broken the curse. Seeing him healthy and strong again as well filled me with a profound sense of relief. I didn't know what Jake would have done if he'd lost his dad. I didn't know what I would have done if I lost Jake. A familiar bark drew my attention, and I turned to see Buster bounding across the lawn, his tail wagging furiously. He skidded to a stop in front of me, his mouth open in a doggy grin. Having fun, boy? I asked, scratching behind his ears. Boy, am I, he replied. There are so many people to meet, and the snacks are amazing. I laughed at his unbridled enthusiasm. Just don't overdo it on the hors d'oeuvres, okay? Once Buster trotted off to continue mingling, I was alone for a moment, savoring the peaceful atmosphere. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. It was a far cry from the ominous storm clouds that had hung over us for so long. I giggled when 5 young pixies raced past, headed who knew where. Tina was following them, but stopped when she saw me watching. You want 5 kids? You can have 'em, cheap, she offered. I can barely keep my own kid out of danger. I don't know what I'd do with 5, I told her, shaking my head in disbelief. Hey, you get used to it after a while. Trevor, you come down out of that tree, she shouted at her youngest. I'll be right back, she said, zooming after Trevor, who had caught his clothing on a tree branch and was crying. So far, the temporary bridge into Alaterra Porta was holding up well, and they expected to complete the new bridge within a couple of months. We were all so relieved when traffic could travel freely again. A long-term halt to that could have been disastrous for both villages, but it would have been far worse for Melioras. At that moment, surrounded by friends and family, I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. We had faced our fears, uncovered the truth, and emerged stronger on the other side. Melioras Village had been transformed, and so had I. And given that I found 2 bodies in my first year of real estate alone, I knew the odds were in my favor, and it had to be smooth sailing from now on. What's next for Molly and her real estate career in the Cadaver at the Closing, coming in November 2024. Copyright 2024. By author B.I. Skinner. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form, or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. Note: this is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are a product of the author's imagination. Locales and public names are sometimes used for atmospheric purposes. Any resemblance to actual people, living or dead, or to businesses, companies, events, institutions, or locales is completely coincidental. Cover art by Book Covers by Melody.